I'd like to welcome people to Moralities of Everyday Life. What I want to do in this short lecture is first introduce myself and have the teaching assistant for the course introduce herself, and then talk about what we'll be doing, talk about the procedures, talk about the evaluation, and then I think the most interesting part of this little lecture, we'll be talking about the course itself, what topics we'll cover, what areas we'll be looking at, and why you should even be thinking about taking it. So, my name is Paul Bloom. I'm a professor of psychology and cognitive science at Yale University. I was born in Montreal, Canada. I was an undergraduate at McGill University and did my doctorate degree at MIT. And now I live in New Haven, Connecticut with my wife, my 2 teenage sons, and my dog Tessie, who's a greyhound, who's an old greyhound and may not survive the course, but we're hoping. My research focuses on different areas, including the science of pleasure, of religion, and especially morality. And I do scientific experiments that get written up in scientific journals, but I also am interested in presenting the fruits of this research and the fruits of other people's research to a broad audience. So I publish articles in popular magazines, and I also write books. I want to introduce now the teaching assistant for the course, Christina Starmans.
Hi, I'm Christina Starmans. I'll be the teaching assistant for this course. I am a 5th year graduate student here at Yale, and I was also born in Canada, in Toronto, and I did my undergraduate at the University of Waterloo there in both psychology and philosophy. And then I spent a year at New York University working on psychology research with babies, looking at how they come to understand language and communication. So here at Yale, I do research with young children and adults, looking at our intuitions about bodies and minds, and in particular, what our intuitions are about the self or the soul. And I'm looking forward to getting started on this course.
Thank you. So, a lot of what this course will be lectures. Lectures like this one, except we'll be talking about different issues and different questions. If the sound of my voice drives you crazy, this might not be the course for you. If the sound of my voice makes you quiver in happiness, this is a great course for you. Most of you will be somewhere in between, but there'll be lectures. There'll be readings. The readings are all going to be available online. They are all free. They're all freely accessible. They're all chosen to be interesting and informative and up to date, and just, I think, some of the best work in the field. So the readings are an exciting part of the course. Some of the readings aren't actually going to be readings. What I mean by this is some of the material we'll be assigned to look at will be video. And so at several points I'll assign TED Talks, for instance, for people to watch. And this will be part of the understanding we'll need to get to go forward in this course. There's also an optional book, which is highly recommended. This is my own book, Just Babies. And what this book does is it covers the areas of this course in more detail. It goes over all the same topics I'll be talking about and we'll be reading about and discussing, but just to a greater extent, with more examples and more citations and a deeper discussion. So although it's not compulsory, I do highly urge people to get a copy. I am the writer of the book. I do have a bit of a vested interest, and so I hope you forgive me when I also suggest that you buy copies for your friends and family. In addition, we'll have office hours. Now, we don't know how big this course will be. As I'm taping this, the course has not yet begun. It could be tens of thousands. It will be tens of thousands, we know already. It could be hundreds of thousands. So we can't be in a situation where everybody gets a chance to talk and meet at once. But there are ways around this. And what we've decided to do for office hours is that we're going to invite, at the end of a week of lectures, invite people to send us by email questions, comments, counter arguments, discussion points. And then Christina Starmans and I will go over and choose a representative sample, focusing on some of the very best and very funniest and very most interesting. And then we'll sit around and she'll ask these questions to me. She'll convey your questions and your comments, and I'll respond, and we'll have a discussion based on this. And that will be the office hours part of the course. I'm planning to invite visitors. I'm planning to invite some of the very top researchers in the field, some people whose names you've heard of, some people who have had a profound influence, to come visit us here. And again, we'll do the same thing. We will talk to these visitors. We will invite you to ask questions to the visitors, and we will ask these questions for you on your behalf. And in this way, you get to participate in that limited fashion in how the course progresses, and hopefully get answers to some of the questions that might arise throughout the course. A more direct way to participate is discussions. And we haven't entirely worked at the details of this yet, but there will be some opportunity, and in fact some requirement, that everybody engage in discussion. We will have discussion boards set up so that people can engage in discussion and debate. And for each time we do this, for each discussion we set up, both Christina Starmans, the teaching fellow, and myself will get into this. We will participate in the discussions, we will add comments, make arguments, defend ourselves, and so on. Finally, for evaluative purposes, we have quizzes and exams. There will be quizzes in either at the middle or at the end of each specific lecture, and there will be exams at the end of each week and at the end of the course itself. The exams will cover both the lectures as well as all of the readings, and they will be the basis for your feedback, for your evaluation of the course, and also the existence of quizzes and exams. I think help people focus on things. They help people get feedback as to how well they're pursuing things. They motivate people to get interested in it. So we're going to try to keep our quizzes and exams both comprehensive but also interesting. Okay, so that's the sort of mechanics of the course. What's the course about? It's primarily about moral judgment and moral action. And what I mean by this is your judgment as to the morality of something, whether it's right or wrong, but also your choices as to how to live your life. Living a moral life, living an immoral life. Put more generally, this course is about good and evil. And to illustrate in more detail what I'm talking about, I'll give 3 short examples of the sorts of things we'll be looking at in this course. So one example is kindness, sometimes called altruism or pro-social behavior, as when with no obvious payoff, we're nice to another individual. Now, I'm primarily a developmental psychologist, and a lot of my examples are going to be with children. So I'll give you an example of this with children. And this is from the work of Felix Varniken and Michael Tomasello. So they set up an experiment where you have a toddler sitting in a room, and then somebody needs help. And the question is, without anybody prompting the toddler, what does the toddler do? And I'll show you one of the videos from their studies, and I think it's a nice illustration of human kindness.
Oh. Oh.
There's kindness, but there's also cruelty. There's evil, there's viciousness. There's no shortage of examples of this I could give to you on bad behavior. So I'll choose one sort of somewhat strange, I think a little bit amusing example. It's about something which happened in London a couple of years ago. So some guy loses his cat. He can't find his cat. And so he goes around, where's my cat? And then when taking out the garbage, he opens up the garbage can, bin in England, the garbage bin, and sees his cat in there. So how did the cat get in there? Well, he somehow gets access to the video cameras that were on his street. In London, if you know, there's a lot of video cameras everywhere. And he discovers this, and I'll show you the video which he had posted himself on Facebook and then ended up on YouTube. Sooner or later, they track down the woman who tossed the cat away. She's pursued, and ultimately she's questioned. She's asked, why did you do this? And she gives all sorts of reasons. She says, at one point she says, it was a split second of madness. I thought it would be funny. And it's just a cat. And people were not pleased by these excuses. They were not pleased by her behavior. And she was attacked by the press. And then she needed police protection because people wanted to kill her for throwing the cat in the bin. Now, this is interesting. It's clear enough why the guy would be upset, the cat owner would be upset. It's clear enough why the cat would be upset. But why would strangers who had nothing to do with this, why would they be enraged at what the woman did? They weren't involved, they weren't harmed. And I think the sort of incident tells us something interesting about morality, which is that morality matters. When I see something evil being done, even if I'm not involved in it, there's often a punitive impulse. There's an impulse that the perpetrator should be punished, justice should be done. And the question of where that comes from, how the system evolved, how on the one hand do we have a psychology built for empathy and compassion and kindness, as in that child helping the man, and in another way have a psychology built for justice, for punishment, as in the case of the attacks on this woman. Where does this all come from? And those are questions that will occupy us. We'll also be interested, and this is my third example, in human differences. Hundreds of years ago, in the state of Connecticut in which I'm lecturing, people owned slaves. That is, people owned other people. They could do with them what they will. Now, I'm sure most people now, people are viewing this from all over the world. And I would imagine very few of you think slavery is right. Very few of you think slavery is moral. But hundreds of years ago, people did practice slavery, and many people thought it wasn't wrong. In fact, many people thought that slavery was a moral institution justified by the Bible, justified by history. Things have changed. What can we say about the psychology of the people back then who thought so differently from how we think? And what can we say about the changes that brought us from then to now? What is the proper explanation for why our views about something like slavery have changed so radically over history? And that is, again, one of the questions that will occupy us in this course. Now, moral differences aren't just a matter of history. They're not just a matter of then versus now. They're also a matter of clashes between cultures. I remember very vividly the attacks at 9/11, where thousands of Americans were killed in a terrorist attack. I remember as well, more recently, the jubilation that many of us felt when the perpetrator of the attack, Osama bin Laden, was killed by American forces. This is one view of things. One view of things, the view which I actually hold, is that the mass murder of Americans was a horribly immoral act, and the punishment, however, the punishment or murder of bin Laden was a just retribution. But there are many people around the world who see things very differently. They might see the attack on America as a just, reasonable, moral act, and the murder of bin Laden as a cowardly retaliation. The people who orchestrated the attacks on 9/11 were not by any standard insane. They were not by any normal standard psychopaths. Rather, they were driven by a moral vision. Now again, it's a moral vision I see as grossly mistaken, but they see mine as grossly mistaken. And at the very minimum then, what we need to do as scientists interested in morality is come to grips with the fact that people have such different moral views and understand why we have these moral views, where they come from, and possibly how we can deal with these conflicts. Now, these are all examples of moral differences between different societies separated by time or separated by space. But we could also ask about moral differences within a society. So in the United States, there's huge differences in how people think about the morality of same-sex relationships, of gay couples. Many Americans think that these are perfectly moral relationships, that gay couples should have a right to be married, to have sex together, to raise children together, and that it is in fact morally unjust, a crime, a sin, to prohibit these individuals from living the life they want to lead. Many other Americans, about anywhere from 40 to 50 to 60%, depending on how you count it, have moral reservations about homosexuality. Many Americans think homosexuality is just plain morally wrong. And many of them think that the idea of gay marriage is a mistake. It is a moral mistake. It would be wrong to permit these people to do such things. Again, the point of this course is not trying to convince you that this view is right or that view is right. That is just out of the bounds of what we'll be doing here. But we're very interested in why do some people think this and why do some people think that. I think this is a question of both great intellectual importance and also great practical importance. And more generally, I think, this course will talk about specific cases like that, but also deal with foundational issues that I just find incredibly interesting. So one such foundational issue is a tension between moral reasoning, deliberative conscious thought, decision-making, thinking things through the head, and your gut feelings, your compassion, your emotion, your love, your disgust, your anger, your shame, the heart. And psychologists and philosophers, along with theologians and legal scholars and many others, have long tried to address the question of the relative roles of reason and the emotion in how we lead our moral lives and how we come to our moral ideas. And that is going to be a central topic in this course. Even more generally than that, we will address the tension between what we can call humanistic views, our humanistic conception of humanity, which deals with notions like free will, that sees people as agents that can make decisions, that can be blamed, that can be praised, that can be guilty, that can warrant punishment or warrant reward. A view that might see us almost as spiritual beings, not reducible to the physical or mechanistic world, beings with souls, creatures capable not only of wrongness but also capable of sin. You have that view, you have that humanistic view, and then you have a scientific view. And a scientific view tries to explain our natures in terms of the language of neuroscience, the language of neurons and dendrites, and the limbic system and the frontal lobes, the language of genes, talks about environmental cues, talks about the effects of parenting, the effects of one's physical and social and emotional environments. And the question that will occupy us, that has occupied me for as long as I can remember, is can we reconcile these two views? Can we say both that humans are physical things, our actions determined by our neurons, by our brains, by our genes, and by our environment, no less determined than the actions of a billiard ball or any other physical object? Can we say that and also say that people make choices and that people should be blamed for their choices or praised for their choices, that people are moral creatures more than anything else on this planet? Can we reconcile the humanist perspective on us and the scientific perspective? And that's something which we'll be struggling with throughout this course. So why would you want to take this course? Well, I think there are at least three reasons. One reason is the topics are just fascinating. Again, I'm admittedly biased, but who isn't interested in the question of why do some people become violent psychopaths? Who isn't really interested in questions of how are liberals different from conservatives? How are the fundamentalists different from atheists? How are they better people? Are they worse people? What's the evidence? This course will cover sex, it will cover politics, it will cover religion, and I think these questions are just inherently fascinating. A second reason to take the course is that as we talk about these issues of morality, we will be discussing and reading and learning about different domains of both the sciences and the humanities. So a lot of the basis for this work will come from psychology. And we will read and talk about social psychology, developmental psychology, clinical psychology, neuroscience, as well as other domains. And then often we'll go beyond that. We'll talk about evolutionary theory, philosophy, behavioral economics, anthropology, literature, theology. And so one way to see this course, even aside from the issues of morality, as a convenient way to get a very high-level introduction to the most fundamental sciences of human nature. The third reason to take the course, and I'm raising this maybe most tentatively, is that it might make us better people. I am under no illusion that after having read about the studies of morality and read the developmental work in anthropology and neuroscience, that will then be particularly well equipped to say, oh, now I know that's right and that's wrong. Now I know what to think about immigration, gay marriage, torture, capital punishment, taxes, and so on. I think people will take this course and end up having very different views, maybe the same views that they started with. But I do think that understanding where moral views come from, and understanding where moral behavior and immoral behavior come from, will help us look at other people in a more sympathetic way. Will help us look at other people and get more of an understanding of what they're up to and why. It doesn't mean that we'll end up liking them. It certainly doesn't mean we'll end up agreeing with them or approving of them. But I think understanding them more has nothing but positive benefits. I also think that turning things inwards, that coming to a better understanding of why we ourselves make moral decisions. So that where my own moral views come from, why I think this is right and this is wrong, why my politics is this and my religion is that, and my belief about charity is this, why I believe these things. I think that understanding where these beliefs and behaviors come from will actually help us in a better way improve on our moral lives. I mean, I'll end this brief introduction with, by choosing a passage quoted in one of our readings for next lecture, and it's from Anton Chekhov. And Chekhov suggests, and I think he's right, he suggests that man will become better when you show him what he is like. And this course is all about what all of us, men and women, are like. I'll see you in the next lecture. I'd like to welcome everybody to the first week of Moralities of Everyday Life. Here's how the week will go. In this first lecture, I want to talk about what morality is, what it does for us, and why it's interesting to study. Then in the second lecture, I'll turn to philosophical approaches to study of morality. And in the third lecture, I'll introduce a debate that many of us are interested in concerning the role of emotion versus the role of reason in our moral judgment and moral decision making. That is, how much of morality comes from the heart and how much of morality comes from the head. Then I want to present 3 case studies, which I think are just amazing, showing some really weird and unusual and powerful effects on our gut feelings on how we think about morality. And then finally, I'll end with the 7th lecture talking about some big questions in the study of morality. Big questions that as this course progresses, we will delve into, we will deal with, and I hope to some extent we're going to answer. Now, you might imagine that I'll begin this course by defining morality, by saying what is morality and providing a definition. But I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to do that for 2 reasons. The first is there's no definition of morality that people agree on. So the philosopher Stephen Stitch points out that philosophers have deep differences over what morality is. There was a book published in 1970 called Definitions of Morality, and in that book, 13 of the best philosophers in the world, philosophers like Elizabeth Anscombe, Peter Strawson, and Philippa Foot, provided their definitions of what morality is. And Stitch points out these definitions had very little in common. People had very different views. It doesn't get any different when you look at psychologists. So the very prominent psychologist Elliot Turiel, who's done significant work in the psychology of morality, defines morality in a pretty narrow way in terms of justice, rights, and harm. For him, something only counts as immoral if there's a victim, if someone suffers. In contrast, Jonathan Haidt, whose work we're going to talk about throughout this course, has a much broader definition of morality. For him, anything that suppresses self-interest and makes cooperation possible is part of morality. So for Haidt, a religious ritual might be part of our moral psychology, part of our moral life. For Turiel, it wouldn't be. So given this sort of disagreement, it would be arbitrary for me to pick out a single definition of morality and go with that. Also, my view is that beginning with a definition is never a good idea when you're dealing with scientific questions. So forget about morality a bit. Imagine we were talking about diseases and syndromes and problems like cancer or diabetes or autism. You don't start studying these things by having firm definitions. This is cancer, this is diabetes, this is autism, and then continuing from there. Rather, what you do is you begin with a rough idea of what you're talking about, and then your understanding of what counts as falling within that domain shifts as a result of your understanding. So you might say, you know, we used to think that this was cancer, but now we know it isn't. This didn't look like diabetes, but now as we develop a more of an understanding, we realize this really is a type of diabetes. We might think autism is just one thing, but then study it and learn it's many different things, some which are not maybe very related to one another. I think the same thing holds for morality. I think if we ever get a definition of morality, it means we're kind of finished the study of it. And we're nowhere near that point now. We're just beginning. Still, in order to study anything, you need a rough idea of what you're studying. And so I want to begin by talking about what counts as a moral violation. What counts as something wrong? In the initial lecture, I gave the example of Mary Bale and the cat that she threw into a dumpster and said that was an example of something wrong. Now I'm going to give you a different example. And this is also taken from YouTube. It's also an example from London. And it was taken, it's a video immediately after some riots, and involves how some people treat this injured man. So you watch the video, and as you watch, you'll also hear the person taking the video commenting on what he's seeing.
Are they actually helping him up? Oh my God. Going for his bag? Ah, he just took something from his bag? Dickhead.
So we see this as sort of signature properties that are associated with morality. It's related, a moral violation is related to harm, to helping, to pain, to pleasure. And in this case, somebody is harmed. It's related to notions of reward and punishment. Good things are rewarded, bad things are punished. And related to emotions such as guilt, shame, anger, and gratitude. The person taking the film makes a comment that suggests he is full of moral indignation. He says, dickhead. And if you go to the YouTube video, you'll see much worse comments about these people's behavior. The behavior strikes us in a sort of significant way as wrong, and because it strikes us as wrong, it evokes certain emotional responses. Now, this is a simple example of moral violation, obviously not the worst thing you could imagine, but it's sort of simple and direct. But there are other moral violations that don't quite fit this mold. So for one thing, you don't have to make physical contact to somebody in order to do something wrong. Most of us would believe it's wrong to shout a racist insult at somebody, or threaten to kill them, or spread lies about them. You could harm people in ways that aren't physical. You could be immoral by negligence. So if after the filming of this lecture, I get together with the gentleman operating the cameras and we all get roaring drunk, and then I get back into my car and start to drive home, most people say I'm doing something wrong. Not because I have any ill feelings, not because I've hurt anybody, but because I'm foolishly acting in a way which could harm people. And so it's a bad thing. You could be immoral in some cases by not doing anything at all. So if I choose not to feed my dog, so my dog starves to death, That's awful. If I choose not to feed my child, my baby, that's even more awful. That's murder. Because I have obligations to those individuals that morally require that I do things. Now, there are some cases where what counts as immoral is different from what counts as illegal. And these cases are particularly salient with regard to issues of when you should do something. So the law often tells you you shouldn't do something. The law very rarely requires you to do something in a criminal, and does criminal penalties when you fail to do something. And in this way, sometimes the law differs from morality. So I'm thinking particularly of an example. A few years ago, these two guys, Jeremy Strohmeyer and David Cash Jr., they go into a casino in Nevada. And Jeremy Strohmeyer sees this little girl, gets her to come with him into the women's bathroom, and molests and murders her. He is later caught, charged, sentenced. Plainly, what he did was terrible. But I'm more interested here in what his friend did, which is nothing. His friend sort of said, half-heartedly tried to get Strohmeyer to stop, got bored, and went for a walk. Now, it turns out he didn't do anything legally wrong. At the time in Nevada, it's not a crime to allow somebody else to do a crime. And in fact, so he wasn't charged with anything. And in fact, he didn't really feel wrong about what he did. He was later interviewed on the radio. And when he was asked his feelings, he said this: "The simple fact remains, I don't know this little girl." And then he said more generally, "I don't know people in Panama or Africa who are killed every day, so I can't feel remorse for them." And he went on, "Why should I feel remorse for this girl? I didn't do anything wrong." Other people disagreed. And although he was never charged with a crime because he didn't commit a crime, there were protests. There were people. He was a student at University of California at Berkeley, and people protested, demanded that he get thrown out of school for what he did. And even now, years later, if you look up his name online, you'll see there are people stalking him. They don't know him, but they're stalking him. They want to make sure that everybody knows what he did and that he suffers for what he did. And this is a way in which morality can have broad scope. Another sort of example is that not all moral violations involve victims, or at least they don't always involve victims in a clear and obvious sense. I have here a list of some things, most of which are illegal in the United States. Homosexuality used to be illegal in the United States. There were sodomy laws that were applied almost exclusively to homosexuals. Now, due to a Supreme Court decision, it's no longer illegal. The rest are still, in various forms, illegal, and they're illegal in other countries as well. Now, your mileage may vary. Some people will look at this list and say, I don't see anything wrong with all of that. I may not want to indulge in any of this, but what consenting adults do is fine. It doesn't bother me. Others will see some of these as morally wrong. And you might see some of these as morally wrong because you believe there really is a victim. You might think that although prostitution involves, on the face of it, consenting adults and so on, still the institution of prostitution is coercive and really does make people's lives worse. Or you might think that these are wrong, not so much because they harm somebody, but simply because they're wrong. Take consensual cannibalism. Somebody dies, and in their will they say, after I'm dead, someone else could eat me. It's all consent and so on. But some people say, that's just not right. I don't care if nobody's harmed. We shouldn't be doing that to one another. And this is part of the scope of morality. You also get cases where there isn't apparent harm, and it seems wrong, even when it doesn't rise to the level of a crime. Suppose I get together with my friends, say fellow Yale professors. Suppose we are sitting in a club, we're sipping sherry, and we're all white males, and we start telling jokes, and we say, sexist jokes, the racist jokes, the most foul jokes you could imagine. We are having a terrific time. Now, none of this would be true. I don't drink sherry, but still, we're telling the jokes, and we leave, and we're happier than when we came in, and nobody hurt, so nobody's feelings were hurt, but still. There's the intuition, at least some of us, that was wrong. We shouldn't be doing that sort of thing. So the scope of morality is broad. I'm trying to sort of persuade you that what counts as right and wrong has broad scope. Morality is everywhere. A lot of my examples involve sex, and clearly there are certain acts of sex that most everybody find wrong. People find it wrong, the idea of sex with a young child. Certainly sex that involves coercion is wrong. People have different attitudes about promiscuity, virginity, heterosexuality, homosexuality, bisexuality, bestiality, masturbation, fetishes. And these differences are profound. What counts as a moral violation for one person could be a point of pride for another. This guy walks into a church, and he goes to the confessional booth, and he immediately says, "Father, I'm 70 years old, and I have had sex with two 20-year-olds. And the priest is kind of stunned and says, "How long has it been since your last confession?" And the guy says, "I've never been to confession before. I'm not Catholic." And the priest says, "So why are you telling me this?" And the guy says, "I'm telling everybody." What could be a point of pride to one could be a point of disgust to another. Food. Most people have some moral restrictions on what they eat. For some of us, these moral restrictions are grounded in religion. We believe that God does not want us to eat this, wants us to eat that instead, does not want us to eat this at that time, but instead we can eat it at another time. Other people have moral restrictions on what they can eat because of concerns about the suffering of animals, or worries about damage to the ecosystem. The most obvious cases of morality involve family and friends. So we feel moral obligations towards our family and friends. We feel gratitude when people do right by us, betrayed if they don't. The most obvious example is the obligation that a mother or father has towards a child. But these obligations extend towards siblings, they extend towards people who aren't related but are married, our close friends, and so on. Morality applies to strangers as well. Many of us give to charity, and many of us give to charity to help people we don't know and who will never help us back. Even if you don't give to charity, you'll believe you have some moral obligations to strangers. You can't kill them, for instance. You can't make them suffer. Politics is full of morality. Now, I don't want to overstate this. There are some political differences that people have that aren't moral. You and I may share the same goal. We might want to say lower unemployment in our country. And we might have different ideas as to how to do it. What should you do with the interest rates? What should you do with the tax code? And those aren't instinctively moral differences. We agree on the morality. Now we're sort of struggling with the question of how to do it. But a lot of the questions that occupy us politically, that change, that influence who we vote for and what policies we support are moral questions like abortion, capital punishment, gay marriage, the tax code, what's a fair code for taxation, foreign policy. As I'm giving this lecture, the United States Congress is currently debating over whether to allow Obama to bomb Syria. Now, there's a lot of practical issues here, but a lot of this question is fundamentally moral. Is it right to initiate bombing of another country, an act which will surely kill innocents? Is it right to do nothing and then let a dictator who commits acts of chemical warfare to go free, to go unpunished? And people have very different intuitions. And again, some of the intuitions are instrumental. Instrumental meaning that we agree on the goals, we're just trying to figure out how to satisfy them. But some of them are moral. Honest to God disagreements over what the right thing is to do. My final example of the scope and importance of morality comes from a lovely and quite weird study done in the 1930s by the American psychologist Thorndike. Thorndike asked people different questions about different activities. And he asked them questions, how much money would I have to pay you to do this activity? Now, some of the activities, they were all unpleasant, but they were different kinds of unpleasant. So some were unpleasant just because they were painful or degrading or awful in some way. How much would I have to pay you to eat a live earthworm, was one of his questions. Or here's another one. How much would I have to pay you to have one of your front teeth removed with a pair of pliers, no anesthesia? That's one of his questions. He also asked questions about moral violations. How much would I have to pay you to do something bad? And it's not physically painful, but they're bad. So one of his questions was, how much would I have to pay you to strangle a cat with your bare hands? Here are his answers for those two items. I've taken his answers. He got answers, of course, in the 1930s dollars. I've translated them into the money that you'd have to pay now. For the tooth, it's an average of $74,000. For the cat, it's $164,000, over twice as much. And that tells us something. That tells us about the pull that morality has. That it matters so much that we want to be good people, we don't want to do this bad thing, that we would rather have an experience of excruciating pain. So, it's morality as we see it. That's our starting point. How do we study it? How do we approach it? Well, I want to take my lead here from one of my favorite philosopher, Adam Smith, one of the heroes of the Scottish Enlightenment. And in a wonderful discussion, he draws a distinction. He says, in treating of the principles of morality, there are two questions to be considered. So here's his first question. Wherein does virtue consist? What is the tone of temper and tenor of conduct which constitutes the excellent and praiseworthy character, the character which is the natural object of esteem, honor, and approbation? Now, the language is, of course, old-fashioned, but the point is pretty clear. He's asking a question which we would now say is a philosophical question, a normative question. How should we live? What is it to be a good person? What is it to be a virtuous person? And then he distinguishes this from a second question. By what power or faculty in the mind is it that this character, whatever it be, is recommended to us? Or in other words, how and by what means does it come to pass that the mind prefers one tenor of conduct to another? Denominates the one right and the other wrong? Considers the one as the object of approbation, honor, and reward, and the other of blame, censure, and punishment? But this is a different question. Now he's not asking, what is the good? Now he's asking, what's going on in our minds, in our brains, that causes us to say, that's good and that's bad. That's the right way to live and that's the wrong way to live. And throughout this course, we're going to deal with both questions. We're mostly interested in the psychological question. We're mostly interested in how people think about morality, what governs people's choices, what governs people's intuitions. But in order to do so, we need to get a philosophical foundation going. And this is the topic of the next lecture. So we ended the first lecture by describing Adam Smith's two approaches to morality, philosophical and psychological. And I want to focus here on the philosophical questions. I want to talk a little bit about ethics, about moral philosophy, and how people answer the question, how should you be a good person? What is it to be good? What distinguishes good from evil, right from wrong? And it turns out there are two very general approaches that most philosophers, most scholars fall into. And one is consequentialism. Consequentialist approaches are a dominant way of thinking about morality. Contemporary philosophers who endorse it include philosophers like Peter Singer, who's very influential. Traditional philosophers include David Hume and John Stuart Mill. But most of all, Jeremy Bentham, who could be taken as the great champion of this approach. And so Bentham argued that when it comes to morality, when it comes to being a good person, comes to being moral, results matter. That's why they call it consequentialism. Consequences matter. And what you should do is you should always act in a way that's going to promote the best consequences. that's going to make the world better. What it is to do good is to make the world better. What it is to do bad is to make the world worse. Now, what do we mean by better or worse? And there are different answers to this, and there's quite a lot of debate, and it gets complicated. But for Bentham, it wasn't actually that complicated at all. For Bentham, it reduced to pleasure and pain. And sometimes people describe pleasure, use the term utility to capture the idea of pleasure or happiness. And so this theory is sometimes called utilitarianism. So Bentham summarizes his view as follows. He says, nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do. So to be a good consequentialist, to live your life as a consequentialist would propose, when it comes to making an action, to deciding what to do, what you're supposed to do is calculate how many people or how many animals are going to be affected by what you do, both negatively and positively. How intensely are they affected? And then you kind of add everything up for one option, and you add everything up for your other options, and then you choose the action that's going to produce the greatest overall amount of good. So to see real examples of this, take some cases which people have argued about through history and argue about now. Should torture be illegal? Always? Or are there ever cases where torture is okay? And there's a picture of waterboarding there done by soldiers. What about gay marriage? Is gay marriage or homosexuality more generally, should it be prohibited by law, as it is in many countries and used to be in the United States? Or should the government stay out of it? That's fine. There's no harm done. So you ask a consequentialist what he or she thinks of these cases, and the answer you'd get is, look, there's no simple principle that will answer it. What you have to do is you have to look and see, is the world better or worse if you allow torture versus you don't allow torture? Is the world better or worse if you allow gay marriage or you don't allow gay marriage? So Bentham himself had interesting views on this. So take torture. So torture plainly is a bad thing, has a bad consequence, because the person you're torturing experiences agony, and that makes the world worse. So the question is, do the benefits of torture are they ever sufficient such that they override the negative consequences of torture? And Bentham said, sure. Bentham, hundreds of years ago, introduced what's now called a ticking bomb scenario. He said, look, imagine a case where you have to torture somebody, and if you torture them, you could find out where a bomb was placed, and this bomb will kill hundreds of people. Should you do it? Of course. The suffering caused by the death of hundreds of people is way more significant than the suffering caused by this person who's tortured. And so torture is sometimes justifiable, argued Bentham. What about homosexuality or gay marriage? Now, I have no idea what Bentham thought about gay marriage. I don't think it was an issue a few hundred years ago. But he spoke extensively and quite eloquently on homosexuality. And he said, what's the problem? He said, look, if people's private acts, being permitted to privately engage in romance and love and sex with someone of the same gender, if that gives pleasure, then it's good. And if it's private, who could it harm? You know, you could talk about the pain of people who are exposed to it, forced to see it, or whatever, but if since these are private acts, it seems there's no reason to preclude them. It would be wrong to block them, because by blocking them, you'll lead to more pain in the world, more suffering. And so Bentham was actually very progressive when it came to matters of sexuality, including the rights of women, incidentally. So this is consequentialism. Now, consequentialism is a very interesting view. In part, it's very radical, because you notice there's nothing to be said about God here or divine rules. There's nothing to be said about abstract moral laws and moral principles. It gives up what a lot of people think is central to morality. It also has a beautiful simplicity. It derives in a straightforward way from pretty common sense principles. You know, we can be skeptical about a lot of things, but it's really hard to argue against the idea that, on the whole, pleasure and happiness is good, and pain and suffering is bad. So there are a lot of strengths to consequentialism, and there's a lot of as I said, there's a lot of contemporary scholars are consequentialists and endorse it. But it has its problems. And I want to be clear about some of its problems. There's no, I will, just to jump ahead, there is no philosophical theory of morality that seems to work for everybody. They all have subtle problems and complexities, or not so subtle ones. So critics of consequentialism point out that it often forces us to accept as moral things that intuitively, in our guts, are just awful. So for a consequentialist, for instance, it is a good thing to torture a child to death, an innocent child to death, if by doing so you raise the happiness level of other people. Because the math works out. Overall, torturing leaves the world a better place than without the torturing, but that seems wrong. Consequentialists give no special credit to bonds of family and friendship. And in that way as well, it's a counterintuitive theory. My son needs an operation, and it's an expensive operation, so I save my money, and if without this operation, he'll go blind. Save this money and my money, and I give him the operation. And most people would say, yeah, that's a good thing to do. That's what you're supposed to do. But for the consequentialist, that's awful. What I should be doing instead is taking that same money and giving it to the poor people of the world. Because the same money that could save my child's sight could save the lives of a dozen, 100 people. So for a consequentialist, using our money, spending our money on those we love, talk about medical operation, but what about sending a child to an expensive school, buying him books, buying him toys or games, is awful. Because that same money could be used for far greater benefit for suffering strangers. And those are unintuitive consequences. Now, some consequentialists would say, you know, that really is true. All of those things we really should not be spending money on our own children. We really should be willing to torture the child to save others. We just have to bite the bullet and accept that sometimes our moral theories will go beyond our intuitions, will tell us things we didn't yet know. But many people, including me, find these consequences of consequentialism so outlandish that it's hard to accept it fully as a moral theory. Then there's another problem. This problem is, in a sense, more general. It's that consequentialism might, in some way, miss the point of morality. So, why is rape wrong? Consequentialists agree that violent rape, that rape is wrong, morally wrong. But here's why they think it's wrong. They think it's wrong because typically in an act of rape, the suffering of the victim, the person who's raped, outweighs the pleasure of the rapist. And so it's wrong. But if you think about it, that seems absurd. That implies, for instance, that as the rapist gets more and more pleasure, rape would become more and more okay. It implies that if there were multiple rapists who got great pleasure from the act, and the victim perhaps was unconscious and didn't suffer that much, then rape would be okay. And this is an outlandish conclusion because it seems to miss the point, which is what's wrong about a crime like rape or murder or torture or something like that isn't that it just affects the sort of equilibrium, the relative ratio of pleasure and pain. Rather, it's because you shouldn't do that to somebody. It's that people have a right not to be harmed. It's that there's a wrongness to assaulting somebody that transcends the balance of pain and pleasure. And so the critics of consequentialism say that although it may be to some extent a reasonable guide to how to live your life, it fails as a moral theory because it captures what's most important about morality. So now we could shift and, well, before we move on, I want to say one last thing about Bentham. Utilitarianism, consequentialism, as you might have seen by now, is often taken as a very cold-blooded and calculating way of living your life. And in fact, Bentham, after he died, had a very unsentimental ending. Bentham actually, they preserved his head and his skeleton. And he is now on display in University College London. Now, it is said that in faculty meetings of the general faculty of University College London, they bring Bentham into the room. And then after everything is done, he is recorded in the ledger as present, but not voting. This is unfortunately an urban legend that's not entirely true. Let's move now to the second class of approaches to morality, so-called deontological approaches. And deontological approaches differ in a lot of ways, but what they share is the idea that there are moral constraints on some actions regardless of the consequences. That is, there are moral rules that apply. There are moral rules that apply even if it turned out an action causes more pleasure than pain. Still, some of those actions are just plain wrong. And of course, the great champion of deontological approaches is the philosopher Immanuel Kant. And Kant expanded at great length and great subtlety on morality and tried to ground his approach to morality on pure reason, arguing, let's forget about gut feelings or emotion. We can figure out what the right thing to do just through our intelligence and our rationality. And the way he did it was he introduced the idea of the categorical imperative. So a lot of what we do is grounded on our desires. So if you want to see a movie, which is a desire, what you should do is go buy a ticket. If you want to drink some water, go to the sink and pour some water. And those are hypothetical imperatives for Kant. They are if-then, given a desire, do such and so. But Kant argued there are also categorical imperatives. And categorical imperatives are grounded solely on reason. Any rational being would arrive at a categorical imperative. And so, in particular, the idea is that any rational being will appreciate that what you should do is act as if your action would become a universal law. So when you decide to do this versus do that, you should ask yourself, if everybody did this versus that, how would the world be? Would it demolish our way of living? So one of Kant's great examples was lying. If you're a consequentialist and you're asked, should you lie? The answer is, well, it depends on the consequences. Some cases you shouldn't lie because it makes things worse off, but some cases you should lie. Somebody says, how do I look? I'll say, you look great. Maybe you don't look so great, but it's better off just to say you look great. Kant has none of that. Kant says you should never lie. Never. And the reason for that is that what if everybody lied? Well, if everybody lied, communication would fall apart. Language would fall apart, and our way of living would be destroyed. And because of that, Kant says, therefore, no individual should lie. And he meant it. One of his examples, this will be slightly different. One of his examples, suppose I have Smith, and Smith is in my living room, and there's a knock on the door, and I open up the door, and it's an insane murderer with an axe. And he says, I want to kill Smith. Is Smith in your house? For a consequentialist, you say, no, he went that way, and then you call the police. For Kant, you say, yeah, back there, because you shouldn't lie, regardless of the consequences. So we can ask, as we did for Bentham, how a deontological philosopher would deal with issues like torture or gay marriage. And the answer is it depends. It depends on what kind of deontological philosopher you're dealing with. But when you fix yourself on a certain deontological theory, your theory will give you clean answers. So many philosophers, and many people actually, think there's something wrong with torture. There's something wrong with intentionally inflicting pain on another person. And it's a sort of wrong that transcends the consequences. So even if torturing one person would save 100 other people, you shouldn't do it, because it's just not the sort of thing you do. Some people feel with regard to homosexuality and other forms of sex, they're just wrong. It doesn't matter whether on the whole they make the world people happier or they don't make the world people happier. It's not the issue. The issue is these things are intrinsically wrong. Now, one of the merits, one of the strengths of deontological approaches is that, unlike the consequentialist approach, they really do sort of have the flavor of morality. They capture the idea that some things are wrong intrinsically. You don't just add up pain and pleasure. But there are several problems with these deontological approaches. So one problem is these categorical rules that people like Kant propose often seem crazy. The one about never lying under any circumstances seems insane. I mean, Elizabeth Anscombe points out, why does the principle have to be nobody should ever lie? Why couldn't the principle be you shouldn't lie unless by lying you save somebody's life? And in fact, even if you believe there's an absolute principle saying never lie, shouldn't there be another absolute principle saying never act so that an innocent person gets murdered? And how do you make sense of when they clash? And this sort of objection, this category of objection, speaks to a more general problem, which is, where do all these moral rules come from? So someone like Kant would insist they come from pure reason. They come from pure rationality. But it turns out that when you look at them, the critics of Kant and the critics of deontological philosophers say, you know, these aren't grounded in rationality. These are actually grounded in your own prejudices and biases and emotions. So for instance, Kant thought homosexuality was wrong. Kant also thought masturbation was wrong. And you know, he's not a consequentialist. He doesn't care how much pleasure is involved in these things. What he said of both of these is they're violations of one's duty to oneself not to succumb to animal desires. And he found it convincing. But many people don't find it convincing. And it's not clear that there's a way to convince somebody who doesn't think that these things are wrong, that they are. And so the consequentialist starts with an intuitive place, the goodness of pleasure and the badness of pain. The deontological philosopher struggles a little bit more trying to find a way to ground these abstract rules. What I've done in this lecture is I've reviewed two dominant approaches to moral philosophy. This discussion is obviously incomplete in many ways. There's a lot more to be said about consequentialism and deontology. Fans of these philosophical views will justly complain I haven't given enough time to let them give their counter-arguments to the criticism I raised. Also, these aren't the only two approaches that exist. There's also, for instance, virtue ethics, grounded in the philosophy of Aristotle, that approaches morality in quite a different way. And I'm not discussing virtue ethics here, not because I think it's unimportant, but because, for whatever reason, it plays less of a role in how people think about moral psychology, and moral psychology is what we're after. So I can't pretend to have summarized all of moral philosophy in this short few-minute lecture. It would take me really almost an hour. But what I hope is that the summary captures the sort of flavor of these philosophical approaches. And now that we understand this, we're now in a position to explore the question, one of the questions we're after, which is, what's the relationship between our philosophical theories of morality and Adam Smith's second question, which is the psychology of morality? And this is the topic of the next lecture. Okay, here's where we are so far. We started off with a discussion of what morality is, gave some examples of it, talked about the scope of morality. And then we introduced the distinction between the philosophical question of how we should be, what's the right way to live, and the psychological question of our moral reasoning and moral action, how we actually do live, how we do think. We talked about philosophical theories, and we introduced a distinction between consequentialism and deontology. Roughly the theory that all that matters is the consequences of an action versus the theory that there are sort of these abstract principles that apply above and beyond consequences. Now, many experimental psychologists and developmental psychologists and social psychologists have been very excited at the idea of framing the psychological question in terms of the philosophical question. So one way to think about people is that we're sort of common sense moral philosophers. We think about morality, we have a sense of morality, we have an unconscious, perhaps, an unconscious theory of what's right and wrong. And then the question is, what kind of moral philosophers are we? There's been a lot of research asking the question, are people in their gut consequentialists, or are people deontological thinkers? Are they Kantians? And one way to explore this, and this has launched dozens, hundreds of experiments, is in terms of a famous thought experiment. This thought experiment is known as the trolley problem. The trolley problem was developed in its initial form by the philosopher Philippa Foot, and then was expanded and developed by many other philosophers, and in particular Judith Jarvis Thomson. When I was a graduate student at MIT, she was a professor there, and I actually took one of her philosophy courses, which was just terrific, though I did drop it after the second class. But that was me and not her. So here's the trolley problem. There is a runaway trolley, a runaway train, and if it is left on its to do what it's going to do, it will go on the track to the left, and it will kill 5 people. These are workers, they're banging on it, maybe they have headphones on, they can't see the train coming. You are the person at the switch. These people on the tracks are too far away to warn. If you do nothing, they will die. The train will come and will run them over. You, however, are standing next to a switch. If you pull that switch, the train will be diverted and will go on the other track. Unfortunately, there's one other worker there, also too far away to warn, and that worker will be killed. And the question, this is a question that has been asked, I would bet has been asked to over 100,000 people in various experiments and surveys and online studies, is should you throw the switch? Should you, not what would you do, not, they don't ask people ever to do it, but should you throw the switch? What's the right thing to do? So we'll call that the switch case. Think about your answer to that. And now compare it to another case. This is sometimes called the footbridge case. Same situation to some extent. There's a runaway train. Unless something happens, that train will proceed and kill 5 people, and there's not a thing you could do to warn them. But you are standing on a bridge, and next to you is a man. Now and if you push him, he will plummet down, land on the tracks, and stop the train. Sometimes this is called a fat man case, because the idea is that people always ask, well, why shouldn't you jump yourself? And then, so the example is such that he's a big enough guy that he'll stop the train, you're not big enough to stop the train. So now your question is, should you push the man? Should you let the train proceed, kill 5 people, or should you push the man, which would kill him, but save those 5? As I said, countless people have been asked these questions. These questions have been asked for young children. They've been asked people across different cultures in the world. They've been asked of criminal psychopaths. They've been asked people with autism, with schizophrenia, with various forms of brain damage. And when you look at the data from normal people, there's a striking pattern. And I would bet that this comes up in your intuitions too. Most people think it's okay to throw the switch for the switch case. Most people think that maybe, it's not 100%, but you throw the switch, it's the right thing to do. You save 5 and 1 die. But most people think it's wrong to push the man. Most people think you shouldn't do that. So what does this tell us? Well, the people who do this research will tell you that one thing it suggests is that we're not consequentialists. Because notice these cases are kind of similar. The consequences are the same. If you do nothing, 5 people will die. If you act, 1 person will die. So if all we were doing was making our decision based on the consequences of our acts, these 2 cases would elicit the identical intuition. but they don't. There seems to be a critical difference between them. And so what could this difference be? Well, there's different theories of this. One theory is that we have in our brains, unconsciously usually, a rather subtle philosophical principle. And this principle is sometimes called the doctrine of double effect. And it was developed, among others, by Thomas Aquinas. And the doctrine of double effect says there's a distinction between doing something bad, like killing or harming somebody, as an unintended consequence of causing a greater good to happen, and that could be the right thing to do, versus doing something bad, like killing or harming somebody, in order to bring about a greater good. And that you shouldn't do. The consequences are identical, but the difference is that in one case, the bad thing is a regrettable byproduct. In the good case, the bad thing is a regrettable byproduct. That's okay. Well, in the bad case, it's an instrument through which you act. So this often comes up in cases of just war, or in philosophical debates and political debates over what's permissible in wartime. And people who talk about the doctrine of double effect say, consider two examples. In one example, there was a munitions factory, a weapons factory. And you have to decide whether or not to bomb it. And if you bomb it, there's good reason to believe it would defeat the enemy, and the war would come to an end and millions of lives would be saved. But if you bomb it, there's people who work in the factory who are innocent, and they will die. Should you bomb it? Well, that's a hard question. But many people would argue, if the benefit is great enough, having some innocent people die as a byproduct is permissible. Now, compare it to another case. There are innocent people, and if you blow them up, if you kill them, that will terrorize the enemy population. They'll know you're serious. And then the war will end, saving millions of lives and so on. In fact, you can make these cases so that they have the identical consequence, that the same number of people die in the same way. But still, there's an intuition that these cases are different. And the doctrine of double effect says the difference is, in a case where you might do it, the innocents are collateral damage. But you don't want them to die. They're just a regrettable byproduct. But here, you're killing people in order to bring about an effect. And you shouldn't do that. And the connection to the trolley problem is pretty clear. This could explain, some people believe, why we think so differently about these two cases. In a switch case, one person dies. But their death is an accident, and their death does nothing. If they were to leave the track, you'd be happy. They don't have to die. It's wonderful. In the bridge case, the person's death is necessary. If they were to leave the bridge, it doesn't work anymore. The five will die. You need them. And this difference, people argue, explains our intuition on why it's permissible in a switch case, but not in a bridge case. I will add, there's all sorts of philosophical dilemmas that are so fanciful and weird and crazy that they would never happen in the real world. But this actually is a case where these things happen in the real world. In 9/11, the US government had to make a decision over whether or not to shoot down a plane that was headed for the Pentagon. And I think the German government had a similar case a few years ago where they debated whether to do this. And this is a trolley problem. Is it permissible to kill some people in order to save a greater amount of people? Or imagine you're driving your car home, and imagine it's a cold winter's day on ice, and you're driving a bit too fast, and you shoot through a stop sign, and you're headed right towards 5 people. And they're standing in front of you. And if you do nothing, your car will go into them and kill them. But you can swerve. You could swerve, and your car will spin, but there's one person over there. You are living in a trolley problem. And you might think, well, those things are so rare, we never have to deal with them. But people pointed out that solving the trolley problem, figuring out the right thing to do in these cases, is a matter of real world relevance. For one thing, as Gary Marcus writes in an interesting discussion, people are now building self-driving cars. Google is building self-driving cars. And self-driving cars may have to one day deal with variants of the trolley problem and solve them. So this way of looking at things, where we take these abstract philosophical theories, we use the philosophical examples, we test people on them, and then we try to explain people's intuitions based on these philosophical approaches, is one way to do moral psychology. And it's been a very influential approach. It treats people as moral philosophers and uses abstract philosophical theories as a way to make sense of our deepest intuitions and judgments. But it's not the only way to do moral psychology. And in fact, I think it's fair to say that in the last decade or so, there's been a backlash. And in this backlash, people have said, this is entirely the wrong way to study moral psychology. We should not think of people as these philosophical creatures doing these abstract rules. Rather, morality is driven to a large extent by gut feelings. And this is a view I want to talk about in the lectures that follow. It was actually nicely summarized, I think, by the cultural commentator and public intellectual David Brooks in a New York Times article of a few years ago. An article was titled "The End of Philosophy." So Brooks writes this: think of what happens when you put a new food into your mouth. You don't have to decide if it's disgusting, you just know. You don't have to decide if a landscape is beautiful, you just know. Moral judgments are like that. They are rapid, intuitive decisions and involve emotion processing parts of the brain. Most of us make snap judgments about what feels fair or not, or what feels good or not. We start doing this when we are babies, before we have language, and even as adults, we often can't explain to ourselves why something feels wrong. And a lot of what he talks about the brain and about babies and so on, we're going to talk about in this course and talk about the evidence underlying his claims, which I think are for the most part, correct. From this perspective, we're not these rational moral philosophers at all. A lot of our morality is driven by our gut. And in fact, David Brooks then wrote a best-selling book, The Social Animal, that expanded and elaborated on this theory, and it's one I highly recommend. In his work, David Brooks drew, to a large extent, on the work of the philosopher Jonathan Haidt. And Jonathan Haidt wrote many years ago a very influential article in Psychological Review, one of our top journals, called "The Emotional Dog and Its Rational Tail, a Social Intuitionist Approach to Moral Judgment." And you could see his argument from the title. The idea is that if we think reason is important, we are mistaking the tail for the dog. It's the emotion that counts. Haidt writes, moral reasoning does not cause moral judgment. Rather, moral reasoning is usually a post hoc construction generated after a judgment has been reached. And Haidt has recently written a book summarizing his view called A Righteous Mind. This is the American cover, but I think the British cover better conveys the audacious nature of his claim. In all of this work, scholars like Brooks and Haidt and the many psychologists and philosophers who endorse this emotional approach to morality are drawing upon an important philosophical tradition. And it's actually nicely summarized by David Hume. So David Hume, talking about moral reasoning, says, look, our moral decisions, our moral understanding is not driven by reason. Rather, he says, reason is, and ought only to be, the slave of the passions. Now, so far, I have not given you evidence for this. I've just made abstract arguments for it. What I want to do in the next 3 lectures is give 3 case studies of how our gut feelings, how our emotional responses influence in a profound way our sense of right and wrong. The first case study of the role of the emotions in influencing morality is the case of disgust. I've long been interested in this unusual emotion. Paul Rozin, who's the world's leading scholar in the study of disgust, describes it as the body and soul emotion. Disgust is a human universal. It shows up in every culture. You could see it showing up in people's faces. So wherever you are, when you're shown something disgusting, you'll make the classic face. Sort of, ugh. And what will elicit this face, wherever you are, is the same sorts of things. Feces, urine, blood, vomit, rotten flesh, and most meat. When you're disgusted by something, you don't want to touch it, you don't want to smell it, and you certainly don't want to eat it. You don't want it in your mouth. The idea of eating it, the look of it, a dead rat, some vomit, dog feces. If you're too close to it, you'll gag. You might feel nauseous at the thought of it. In the extreme, something sufficiently disgusting could make you vomit. And it will always elicit this distinctive emotion, this distinctive feeling that we identify as disgust. Evolutionary psychologists interested in emotions have argued that this feeling evolved for a certain function. It evolved to motivate us to avoid parasites and poisons. So you think of the things that we are disgusted by, and they share certain things in common. And what they share in common is that they are dangerous to us. But they aren't dangerous to us like a charging lion is dangerous to us, or a steep cliff. Rather, they could poison us. They have infectious properties. And so you don't want to, you kind of want to move away from it. Now, if this was all there was to say about disgust, it would have no role in a discussion of morality. But one of the most troubling facts about disgust is that people can be disgusting. And this was something pointed out by Charles Darwin, who was always a wonderful and acute observer of human interaction and of his own feelings. So he writes, "In Tierra del Fuego, a native touched with his finger some cold preserved meat and plainly showed disgust at its softness, whilst I felt utter disgust at my food being touched by a naked savage, though his hands did not appear dirty." People are disgusting. Our response to strangers, our response to being touched by strangers, to smelling strangers and so on, is often a response of disgust. Now, there's some debate in the field as to why people elicit disgust. Some scholars say people elicit disgust because people carry diseases. Strange people will carry strange diseases. So it's a plausible biological adaptation to say we want to get away from those strange people. Others argue that it's not really that. Rather, people are disgusting because we are fleshy things. We are made of meat. We produce feces and urine and other things. And this is an old observation. My Latin pronunciation is terrible, but St. Augustine is credited with the phrase, "Inter facies et urinum nascitur." From feces and urine we are born. We are animal-like things, and if you think of people in that way, you can be readily disgusted by them. Once you are disgusted by them, it can have moral effects. It could have consequences. And the consequences of being disgusted by somebody, of being disgusted by a group of people, are profoundly negative. Every genocidal movement that has left a record exhibits signs that disgust was used to elicit hatred towards the despised group. Most movements involving prejudice and discrimination don't just say those people, they're rotten, they're stupid, they're mean. They also say they're disgusting. This is an insight that the philosopher Martha Nussbaum nicely summarizes. Throughout history, certain disgust properties, sliminess, bad smell, stickiness, decay, foulness, have repeatedly and monotonously been associated with Jews, women, homosexuals, untouchables, lower class people. All of those are imagined as tainted by the dirt of the body. And this is an example from Nazi propaganda, but there are countless such examples where a despised group is described as disgusting. There seems to be a natural connection to being disgusted by somebody and not caring about them. In fact, wanting them to suffer. Psychologists have studied disgust in the lab, and there's different ways to do it. So one way to do it is you can see how easily disgusted people are, and then see how much their disgust sensitivity predicts other properties about them. And some of the best work here was done by Paul Rosen and Jonathan Haidt and their colleagues. And what they did was they developed a disgust scale. And this scale, you could take the scale and then you see how easily disgusted you are. It's readily available online. I'll give you a couple of typical questions. So one question, and you have to answer, how bad would this be? So one question is, you have to pick up a dead cat with your hands. Now for me, I'd rather die. I'd have to kill myself or have to die. This is awful. Other people say, what's the big deal? Just scoop it up, who cares? You get great differences in this. Here's another item. I love this one. You sit on a bus seat and it's still warm from the last person who was there. I mean, I say, who cares? If it's winter, it's nice. I was raised in Montreal. That sounds it's warm, it's good. Other people say, oh my God, it's horrible. That's why I don't take the bus. Other people's warmth. And so you get these differences. So you give people the scale, and then you can rank them on how easily they're disgusted. And it turns out that your disgust sensitivity is related to certain interesting facts about you. Women, on average, are more disgust sensitive than men. There's evidence that women become particularly disgust sensitive at a certain vulnerable point in pregnancy. Political conservatives tend to be more disgust sensitive than political liberals. And most important for what we're talking about here, your disgust sensitivity corresponds to certain moral attitudes. So for instance, in some research finds that people who are very disgust sensitive are more likely to express negative moral attitudes about homosexuals. Now, these studies are correlational. You look at how people rate something, you look at another attitude, and correlational studies, there always could be a lot of different things going on. Maybe there's some third factor that's causing both the disgust sensitivity and the negative attitudes. So you're better off with experimental studies. And there's actually been a lot of experimental studies which induce disgust and then see what sort of effect it has. So one study, which I've done in collaboration with various psychologists, it was led by David Pizarro at Cornell University, involved getting people in a room, and they answer questions about different things, about tax policy, about immigrants, and about gay people, what they think about gay people. And some people just sit in the room and answer the question. But other people, before they get in the room is sprayed with a fart spray. So they come in a room and they say, oh, this is really a gross room you're testing me in. And then they get the questions. Turns out, being grossed out by this fart spray doesn't influence your feelings about tax policy, and it doesn't influence your feelings about the environment or other things. But it does affect how you think about groups like homosexuals. It makes you harsher towards them. It also makes you harsher towards moral violations you could call purity violations, like consensual incest or masturbation in an inappropriate place or stuff like that. If you're disgusted, you're more disapproving. And these studies suggest that your feelings about somebody or what somebody does can be influenced by your emotional state, in particular, your emotional state of disgust. Now, disgust can also influence certain specific moral judgments. So far I've been talking more or less about moral feelings towards somebody, but what about judgments about what's right and wrong? Well, Jonathan Haidt has thought up some very interesting examples, and he uses these examples to show that even people who think that they're very liberal and quite consequentialists can be influenced in their judgments of morality by whether or not something disgusts them. And I'll give you the examples that he uses. The first one is the brother and sister case. Julia and Mark are our sister and brother. They're adults. They travel together. They find themselves, say, in France on vacation, and they decide to have sex with one another. Now, they're very cognizant of worries of having pregnancy and so on, so they use tons of birth control. There's no chance that she'll get pregnant. And they have sex, and it's great. And they do it several times, and they just love it. And then they decide they're not going to tell anybody, and they're not going to do it again, and that's the end of the story. Did Julie and Mark do something wrong, morally wrong? So think about how you would answer that. Case 2, family dog. This isn't what you expect. Family dog runs out in the street, gets hit by a car. Family brings the dog in, very sad. But then they realize they had nothing planned for supper tonight, so they cook the dog and eat it. And it's delicious, and they're very happy. Have they done anything wrong? Third case, flagon toilet. The toilet is very dirty, but this guy's run out of cleaning supplies. He wants to clean the toilet. Fortunately, he has an American flag. If you're not from America, choose your own country for this. Takes the flag and uses it to scrub the toilet clean. Now he's happy. Clean toilet. Has he done anything wrong? Fourth case, chicken. Now, the first 3 cases have been done in various sort of fixed up forms with young children. The chicken case was not done with young children. The chicken case is this guy goes to the supermarket, he buys a chicken, he brings the chicken back home, like not a live chicken, but like a chicken like you from the supermarket. He makes love to the chicken, has sex with the chicken, and then he cooks it and eats it. Has he done something wrong? I'm not asking you whether he's done something which grosses you out. I imagine you have an answer to that. Has he done anything wrong? Now, what Haidt finds is, for these sorts of examples, he finds a couple of things. First thing is that most people, almost everybody, find so many things wrong. They find them morally wrong. The exceptions are liberal, highly liberal students from elite universities. Sometimes say, no, those are all okay, no one's harmed. But most people, almost everybody, find them wrong. But he also finds that people are not usually able to explain what they find wrong about them. And he calls this moral dumbfounding. So for instance, you take the incest case. And so Haidt interviews these people, and they say, oh, that's horribly wrong, they shouldn't be doing that. And then Haidt, or his research assistants, ask why. And they'll say something like, well, she might get pregnant. And then the research assistant says, well, no, there's plenty of birth control that they use. And the person might say, well, it could fail. And then they'd have a deformed baby. That would be wrong. And then they say, well, what if they were brothers? So then they wouldn't get pregnant. And people say, no, that's still not right. It's awful. Other people will find out. And what Haidt points out is that people sort of struggle to find an explanation. And he argues they're unwilling to sort of come to terms with the fact that there isn't really a reason in the normal sense for their repugnance. Rather, their reaction is because these things disgust them, and because they're disgusting, they're found to be immoral. And if he's right, this would be a case where our emotions and not our reason are driving moral judgment. In the last lecture, we talked about disgust and the power of disgust to demonize people, the power of disgust to take something and turn it into an immoral act, the power of disgust to take a person and turn them into something you're repelled by. But emotions can also be positive. Our gut feelings can be positive towards somebody, and they also show interesting effects. Some of this, I think, is fairly obvious. If you go to Google Images and type in cute baby, this is one of the first images that comes out. And it's a sort of creature that many of us would find very difficult to harm, very easy to feel fondly towards, that will elicit a desire to protect. And it's not because of any deep principles or deep facts we know about the creature. It's because it's adorable, because of the big eyes and the round cheeks and these sort of cues that we've been wired up to respond to. And the effects of these cues and how we feel towards people and how we feel towards creatures has real effects. Here are two animals. Now, I actually don't have a strong opinion as to which animal is smarter, which animal has a richer emotional life, which animal feels more pain. I think those are very hard questions. But what's not a hard question is I know which animal people care about more. One animal we bring into our houses and we give treats to and we hold birthday parties for and we love, and the other kind of animal we eat. And this does not have to do with deep features of the animal. It has to do with how they look. Kittens are cute. Pigs are not. There are other distinctions one could make, more subtle distinctions one could make, concerning sort of positive responses and their effects on moral reasoning. So one research program I've been interested in concerns the effects of looking at people's bodies. And to what extent does looking at people's bodies affect how you judge them and think about them morally? So in one experiment I did with several collaborators, this work that was led by the psychologist Kurt Gray, we showed people pictures, and either the pictures were of faces or the pictures included depictions of the bodies, representation of the bodies. And it turns out that when you see somebody's body, it has two effects on your reasoning about them. One is you actually in some way care more about them. You think that they're more vulnerable to pain. You think they're more sensitive to being hurt. You worry a little bit more about them. But you also tend to deny them moral agency. What I mean by this is that for most of us, when you look at somebody, you say, well, there's a person who could be blamed, they could be praised, they're responsible for their own actions, they make their own decisions. But when you see somebody's body, that tendency to think of them as an agent goes down a bit. Now, these pictures, the difference I'm showing you here is fairly subtle. And we thought in our experiments we'd be stuck with those sort of subtle distinctions until we found this wonderful book. And this book has photographs side by side of the very same men and women. But in one picture, they're fully dressed. And in the other picture, they're entirely naked. And so we used those pictures in our experiments. And by doing so, we found that when people are naked, you tend to in some way be more concerned about them. But also you tend to deny them moral agency. It really matters. There's some real psychological truth to the claim made by feminist scholars that the objectification of women, thinking of women as sexual beings, as physical beings, has an effect, perhaps a pernicious effect, on how you think about them. And what we find in this work is it applies to men as well as women. I'll also just add parenthetically, this is a wonderful book. I'm hoping people got my book, Just Babies, the supplemental reading for the course. If you did, you should put these two books together on a shelf separately, and then people will look at them and they will wonder what kind of person you are. So why do naked people, why do bodies have this sort of effect on us? And there are different explanations. One explanation is that they inspire lust. And lust somehow blocks certain moral sentiment, makes you think about a person in a different way. Another possibility is sort of separate from lust is that if you see somebody without clothes, they're more like an animal. They lose their dignity, they lose their status. And it's that which is driving the effect. And we actually, in our research, we don't know the answer to that. But we do know from other work that the feeling of lust, the feeling of sexual arousal, can have an effect on your moral decision making. And we know this from, to some extent, from common sense, but to a large extent from a lovely and troubling study by Dan Ariely and George Lowenstein. So in this study, they tested a bunch of subjects, all of whom were heterosexual males. And it would be interesting to do this more broadly, but they studied heterosexual males. And what they did in the study was they asked these heterosexual males about there's a list of questions about their sexual desires. Would you have sex with this? Would you have sex with that? Would you have sex with this? As well as other questions, including questions about what sort of sexual behaviors they would do, including behaviors that were forms of sexual coercion or so-called date rape. And then they got the data. But what was interesting about the study was that they collected the data when subjects were either not aroused, just answering questions, or when they're aroused. So the way they did it was they asked subjects to bring home a laptop computer. The laptop computer, for reasons that will become apparent, was wrapped in plastic saran wrap. And then, in the privacy of their own room, they were given a series of questions. And to answer the questions, they were asked to use a one-handed keyboard using their non-dominant hand. Now, half of the subjects were just said, okay, answer a bunch of questions. The questions appeared on the screen. That's the non-aroused group. The other half were shown erotic imagery on the laptop screen and were asked to masturbate until they became quite aroused. They're not supposed to get too aroused, but until they get quite aroused. Then they get to answer the questions. And what Ariely and Lowenstein found was significant differences in how they answered the questions. So I'll put the data up. This is like a lot of stuff to look at, but to me it's fascinating and well worth studying carefully. But I'll just take a couple of examples. So you could ask people whether or not they could imagine being attracted to a 12-year-old girl. And it turns out if people are non-aroused, like, a quarter say, yeah. But when they're aroused, it doubles. Or becoming sexually excited by an animal. Very few people say yes when they're not aroused, but when they are aroused, it about triples. But those aren't the most disturbing findings. The most disturbing findings involve the sort of date rapey questions. And they have a host of questions here. And you can see the answers that people give when they aren't aroused, and now compare it to the answers they give when they're aroused. So look, in fact, at the last one, which is, would you slip a woman a drug to increase the chances that she would have sex with you? When men were not aroused, 5% said yes. A number indistinguishable from sort of pressing the wrong button. But this number got much, much bigger when they were aroused. Now, I think this work has practical implications. It tells people that your psychology changes when you're aroused. You're no longer the same person in an important sense. Your sense of what turns you on when you're aroused is different from what you're not aroused, and what you would do is different from when you're aroused and not aroused. But from a more theoretical standpoint, it nicely illustrates the sort of theme we've been working on, that not just emotions like disgust, but emotions such as lust can change your moral psychology. And it's yet another argument that our morality can be influenced by, not just by reason, but by the emotions. For the third case study of how our emotions can influence our morality, I want to go back to the trolley problem. So remember we discussed the trolley problem, and the main finding in the trolley problem is for the bridge case, people are willing to throw the switch. They often think it's the right thing to do, to throw the switch that would kill one and save five, but they're unwilling to push the man. They're unwilling to kill him and save five. Now, remember we had an analysis of this. We said this might be because people have this abstract philosophical principle that sees a sort of a subtle difference between these two. And for instance, the principle we talked about was in the switch case, the guy dying is an accident, doesn't do any good. In the bridge case, the guy dying is essential. He's an instrument through which to bring about the good. And this was the analysis we had. But there's an alternative. This alternative was proposed by Joshua Green and has a lot of support. The alternative says, that's not what's happening at all. And he introduced his alternative, he introduced his approach to morality and moral thinking in a paper published in the journal Science with various collaborators. And what he did was he had people solve trolley problems, like reason about moral problems, while they were hooked up to an fMRI, that is a brain scanner. And he looked at the activation patterns in different parts of their brains as they reasoned their way through moral problems. This is what he found. So look first at the switch case. He found that the switch case activated parts of the brain in the frontal cortex, the part of the brain that's up front here. And these are parts of the brain that are typically involved in conscious deliberative reasoning. And these parts of the brains would be active, and people would make their choice. And often their choice would be, yeah, you should throw the switch. That makes sense. 5 lives matter more than 1 life. A very utilitarian intuition. What about the bridge case? Well, here, the same part of the brain was active, presumably doing the calculations of 5 versus 1. But also, various other parts of the brain that are involved in conflict and emotions, emotional feelings, light up strongly. And for these sorts of cases, people say that you shouldn't push the man. The way Green analyzes this is, it's not that there's some sort of subtle philosophical principle that governs the difference between the switch case and the bridge case. Rather, there's sort of 2 aspects of our moral psychology. There's controlled rational processes. And the controlled rational processes are, under Green's view, largely utilitarian. They just calculate consequences in a very cold-blooded way. But there's also automatic, involuntary gut feelings. And so what Green says is, for the switch case, it's just math. And so you have choosing between 1 life and 5 lives, the controlled processes chug away, and you typically say, well, better to save 5, even at the expense of 1. But for the bridge case, emotions light up. It's not just the cold-blooded calculation of 1 and 5, but also this gut feeling. And the gut feeling lights up for Green, not because of any principle or structure. It's the idea that the visceral feeling of putting your hands on somebody and shoving causes emotional response. That's what's driving it. It has nothing to do with the doctrine of double effect or anything like that. It's an emotional response to the physicality of pushing somebody to his death. And so this is, as you could see, a very different analysis than Kant's. And Green collects other data that support his analysis. And so, for instance, and ask yourself this question. Imagine it's the bridge case, but now instead of having to push the man, you have a switch. Looks a lot like the switch you would have in a switch case. It's a lever, you pull it down. And when you pull it down, a trap door comes in, and he plummets in front of the train and saves the 5. Would you throw the switch? Would you pull the switch to start the trap door? Well, if it was this abstract philosophical issue where it's these principles of using him as an instrument, it shouldn't make any difference whether you push him or whether you throw the switch. But it makes a profound difference. People are much more likely to say it's okay to throw the switch than to push the man. We also know from other research that people can be influenced in their choices on the switch case and the bridge case by fiddling with their emotions in various ways. So my favorite example of this is, how do you make people more likely to say it's okay to push the man off the bridge? Show them something funny. So the researchers found some very funny clips from Saturday Night Live. They showed them to people laughed, and then they asked them the bridge case. And I said, now people said, yeah, I'll push them. Suggesting that there aren't these abstract these abstract rational principles guiding our choices here, but rather gut feelings play more of a role. And I think all of these 3 case studies taken together, thinking about disgust, thinking about bodies and about lust, and thinking about the emotional reaction to physical contact, bringing about somebody's death, all support the view that Hume would adopt, that in the domain of morality, reason is not only to be the slave of the passions. So here we are in the final lecture of week 1. And to sort of summarize what we've done so far, we started off by talking about what morality is, gave some examples of moral violations, talked about the power and importance of moral reasoning in our everyday lives. We turned to philosophical approaches to morality and distinguishing consequentialist and deontological theories. And then for the lectures that followed, we talked about the idea that what's driving our moral feelings and moral judgments is to a large extent our gut, our emotions, our moral responses. And what I want to do in this final lecture is just talk about some big questions that arise from this. Now, the first big question is just a summary of what we've been struggling with so far. Is Hume right? Is really moral reasoning just a slave of the passions? What's the proper relationship between emotion and reason in everyday moral life? Is everything emotional? Does reason play any important role? Now, up to now, I've been favoring the view that emotion is critical. And I've been presenting a lot of evidence for that. And you might imagine that my answer to this question then would be no, I think reason is irrelevant. But what I'm going to do in the next week and in the weeks that follow is argue the other side. Emotion plainly affects our morality. But I want to try to also persuade you that reason, cold-blooded, rational deliberation, thinking things through, also affects our moral lives. And this is controversial. And my goal in these lectures is not to convince you of one side versus the other, but rather to sort of familiarize you with the debate and equip you with the understanding of the data and the theories to allow you to make your own decision. Second big question is, where do morals come from? So how much of our moral judgments we've been talking about are intuitions about trolley problems and murder and rape and masturbation and selling your body organs and eating dogs and so on? How much of this is explained by evolution, so part of our brain structured by our evolutionary history? How much of it is explained by personal individual experience? How much varies from culture to culture? And how much of it is just personal choice? A sort of free will, if you want, that people might differ in their moral judgments, not for any deeper reason than that they choose to do so. And then the third question, the big question maybe, is can scientific inquiry, including psychological inquiry, help us with morality? Can it help us be better people? And people have strong views on this. A lot of philosophers say that's a basic fallacy to think that we could learn what's right from studying psychology or studying the world. It is a fallacy to go from the way the world is, which is what science studies, to the way the world ought to be, which is the proper domain of ethics. But things might be more complicated than that, and we're going to struggle with these questions throughout. I want to end this week by presenting you with two views about morality. And these views are associated with two scholars. One we've met before, Jonathan Haidt. The second one is Sam Harris. And for the assignments for this week, you're supposed to watch their TED Talks where they present their view in detail. But what I want to do here is, as a way to introduce it, present a snippet from each of their talks. And what I like about this is they are each articulate proponents of a perspective on morality, but the perspectives are quite different. They are as close to opposites as you could find. So Sam Harris argues there's objective facts about the moral landscape. His word for the sort of space of human possibilities. And what makes it a moral landscape is the space has hills where things are good and valleys where things are bad. And there are objective facts. And he argues that many popular moral views, particularly those moral views that are grounded in religious belief, that come from the teachings of the Koran or the Old Testament or New Testament or whatever, are just wrong. They're as wrong about morality as they are about, cosmology.
Now, what stands in the way of this? Well, one thing to notice is that we do something different when talking about morality, especially secular, academic, scientist types. When talking about morality, we value differences of opinion in a way that we don't in any other area of our lives. So, for instance, the Dalai Lama gets up every morning meditating on compassion, and he thinks that helping other human beings is an integral component of human happiness. Okay. On the other hand, we have someone like Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was very fond of abducting and raping and torturing and killing young women. Okay, so we appear to have a genuine difference of opinion about how to profitably use one's time. Okay. Most Western intellectuals look at this situation and say, well, there's nothing for the Dalai Lama to be really right about, or for Ted Bundy to be really wrong about, that admits of a of a real argument that it potentially falls within the purview of science. Okay, that he likes chocolate, he likes vanilla. There's nothing that one should be able to say to the other that should persuade the other. Now notice that we don't do this in science. On the left you have Edward Witten. He's a string theorist. If you ask the smartest physicists around, who's the smartest physicist around, in my experience, half of them will say Ed Witten. The other half will tell you they don't like the question. So, what would happen if I showed up at a physics conference and said string theory is bogus? It doesn't resonate with me, it's not how I choose to view the universe at the smallest scale, I'm not a fan. Okay, well, nothing would happen because I'm not a physicist. I don't understand string theory. I'm the Ted Bundy of string theory. Okay? I wouldn't want to belong to any string theory club that would have me as a member. Okay? But this is just the point. Okay? Whenever we are talking about facts, certain opinions must be excluded. That is what it is to have a domain of expertise. That is what it is for knowledge to count. How have we convinced ourselves that in the moral sphere there is no such thing as moral expertise, or moral talent, or moral genius even? How have we convinced ourselves that every opinion has to count? How have we convinced ourselves that every culture has a point of view on these subjects worth considering? Does the Taliban have a point of view on physics that is worth considering? No. Okay. How is their ignorance? How is their ignorance any less obvious on the subject of human well-being? So this, I think, is what the world needs now. It needs people like ourselves to admit that there are right and wrong answers to questions of human flourishing. And morality relates to that domain of facts. It is possible for individuals, and even for whole cultures, to care about the wrong things. Which is to say, it's possible for them to have beliefs and desires that reliably lead to needless human suffering. Just admitting this will transform our discourse about morality. Okay, we live in a world in which the boundaries between nations mean less and less, and they will one day mean nothing. We live in a world filled with destructive technology, and this technology cannot be uninvented. It will always be easier to break things than to fix them. Okay, it seems to me, therefore, patently obvious that we can no more respect and tolerate vast differences in notions of human well-being than we can respect or tolerate vast differences in the notions about how disease spreads, or in the safety standards of buildings and airplanes. We simply must converge on the answers we give to the most important questions in human life. And to do that, we have to admit that these questions have answers. Thank you very much.
So Jonathan Haidt, in contrast, has a very different perspective. Haidt emphasizes a respect for pluralism. And in particular, he argues that many moral frameworks, including common ones that are grounded in religion, deserve respect. And so here's a clip from his TED Talk.
You have the markings of Vishnu on the left, so we could think of Vishnu as the conservative god. You have the markings of Shiva on the right. Shiva is the liberal god, and they work together. You find the same thing in Buddhism. These two stanzas contain, I think, the deepest insights that have ever been attained into moral psychology, from the Zen master Sen-san. If you want the truth to stand clear before you, never be for or against. The struggle between for and against is the mind's worst disease. Now, unfortunately, it's a disease that has been caught by many of the world's leaders. But before you feel superior to George Bush, before you throw a stone, ask yourself, do you accept this? Do you accept stepping out of the battle of good and evil? Can you be not for or against anything? So what's the point? What should you do? Well, if you take the greatest insights from ancient Asian philosophies and religions and you combine them with the latest research on moral psychology, I think you come to these conclusions, that our righteous minds were designed by evolution to unite us into teams, to divide us against other teams, and then to blind us to the truth. So what should you do? Am I telling you to not strive? Am I telling you to embrace sense-on and stop with this struggle of for and against? No, absolutely not. I'm not saying that. This is an amazing group of people who are doing so much, using so much of their talent, their brilliance, their energy, their money to make the world a better place, to fight wrongs, to solve problems. But as we learned from Samantha Power in her story about Sergio Vieira de Mello, you can't just go charging in saying you're wrong and I'm right. Because as we just heard, everybody thinks they are right. A lot of the problems we have to solve are problems that require us to change other people. And if you want to change other people, a much better way to do it is to first understand who we are, understand our moral psychology, understand that we all think we're right, and then step out, even if it's just for a moment, step out, check in with sense-on. Step out of the moral matrix, just try to see it as a struggle playing out in which everybody does think they're right, and everybody at least has some reasons. Even if you disagree with them, everybody has some reasons for what they're doing. Step out, and if you do that, that's the essential move to cultivate moral humility, to get yourself out of this self-righteousness, which is the normal human condition. Think about the Dalai Lama. Think about the enormous moral authority of the Dalai Lama, and it comes from his moral humility. So I think the point of my talk, and I think the point of TED, is that this is a group that is passionately engaged in the pursuit of changing the world for the better. People here are passionately engaged in trying to make the world a better place. But there is also a passionate commitment to the truth. And so I think that the answer is to use that passionate commitment to the truth to try to turn it into a better future for us all. Thank you.
So as we've seen, these are very different views. And I have my own biases as to who I favor. But what I hope to do is, as we talk more and more about the science of morality, talk more about theories, talk more about data, we'll be in a better position, all of us, to better decide what's the right answer to these big and these very important questions. Hi, as you should know by now, I'm Paul Bloom. I'm the professor for this course, and I'm a professor at Yale University in psychology and cognitive science, and I'd like to welcome people to office hours. So what I want to do first is say a few thank yous. Thank you to the people at Coursera for curating this course. Thank you for the wonderful team at Yale for doing the videoing and setting it all up and everything. Special thanks to Melissa Thomas, who some of you know. She's a presence on the discussion boards, and she's been helping out and interacting with a lot of you and putting out fires and solving problems. And a special thanks to everybody watching this. And I know a lot of people have participated in the discussion boards. I've dipped in a few times. I'm not able to respond to everything or to every question directed towards me, but I do read everything. And so I think I have a good sense of what people are interested in. And I know that for every person who participates in the discussion board, there are 10 others who don't, but who read it and who are interested in discussions and the dialogue. So I think the office hours are directed not just to the people who we're responding to, but to a larger interested audience of people who kind of want to participate in this course to discuss and deal with these ideas. There's a lot of people who commented, and I just want to do a special thank you. I always do this to the very top commenters. In this case, they are Marilyn and Peter Key, both who not only comment a lot, but also say sensible, interesting, and provocative things. So this is Office Hours, and I am here with Christina Starmans.
All right, great. So jumping right in, we've got a number of questions this week about the ubiquitous trolley problem. So we talk about these moral dilemmas, and we use the trolley problem over and over again when we're talking about them. But aren't these they're not very realistic, they're sort of divorced from everyday life. There are lots of different moral dilemmas that we might actually face in everyday life. So why do we focus so much on trolley problems?
Yeah, it's an issue which comes up a lot, and a lot of people on discussion boards raised it and were kind of frustrated with the trolley problem. To be honest, I know a lot of people in my field who study this for a living who are a little bit sick of the trolley problem. And you could argue the pros and cons of using that specific way to explore moral intuitions. But I think there are two excellent reasons to use that sort of problem. And what I mean by that is problems that are distant from the real world. So you might wonder, why trolley problems? Why not the war in Gaza? Why not ISIS? Why not capital punishment or gay rights or affirmative action and so on? But the answer is, for one thing, people have strong opinions about those matters. And so they're not looking at them with clear eyes. If you ask about the actions of the United States or Israel or Afghanistan, people have strong views. And so they can't look at it objectively. It's not just their moral intuitions that we're getting at, it's also their loyalties, their affiliations. A second reason is those real world issues, because they're real world issues, are complicated. There's all sorts of facts. So if I was described a war, and say the Israeli bombing of Gaza, and I said, oh, this, that, and other, somebody would object and say, you're leaving out this part. Or what about this? Or I don't agree with that. You say this, but I think the data, the facts are different. And we'd immediately get caught up in arguments about politics. So what you want to do when thinking about morality, as a psychologist, as a philosopher, just as sort of a rational person, is try to think about cases that are, in a sense, pure, stripped away from real world implications. And then once you know what to do about those cases, then you could start thinking about real world situations from the perspective of a utilitarian or a deontologist or whatever you're thinking of. I'll also add one thing, which is the trolley problem, although it was made to be perfectly abstract, actually shows up in real life. So Google is developing a self-driving car. And actually they're explicitly struggling with the question, what if the car is heading towards, say, 5 people, and it's out of control on slippery ice, but it could swerve. But if it swerves, it would kill 1. You could say, well, don't swerve, we're not going to deal, but that's not avoiding the problem, it's answering it. You have got to do one or other. You swerve or you don't swerve. And so even the most abstract and theoretical problems do sometimes find their way into the real world.
Cool. So Google at least will have to come up with some solution to this problem.
Yes, and if the students in this class come up with a perfect solution, they could sell it to Google.
Right. Please post on the discussion forums if you come up with a perfect solution
Yes.
to Google's problem. Okay, so next question is from Karen McCawn. And Karen says, well, so that's all well and good. We're sort of talking about these very abstract kind of moral dilemmas. But as you just said, in the real world, there are a lot of gray areas when we're trying to figure out what's the right thing to do. And so, we don't really have a choice between, it's not a clear 1 life or 5 lives. Yeah. We're sort of juggling a lot of different things. And so she asks, with all of this variance and these shades of gray, at what point is someone considered selfish and immoral?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. It's a hard question. And one thing I'd like to point out is, I think it's a mistake to see morality just in terms of doing for others and not doing for yourself. It's a common sense way of looking at it. You say someone's a nice guy or a nice woman or a nice person, and they'll typically, you typically talk about what they do for others. But any sort of realistic system of morality is supposed to cover all people. And one of the people it's supposed to cover is you. So in some way, if I fail to help you out at a very small cost, to save your life at a very small cost, I'm a rotten person because I've balanced it wrong. But on the other hand, if I fail to save my life for a very small cost, if I sacrifice myself so that a mouse could live, that's crazy. It's worse than crazy, it's immoral. I've just killed somebody for the sake of a mouse. The person was me, but it's still immoral. And so utilitarians, they add up pleasure and pain, but your pleasure and pain count for it. And deontologists like Kant talk in terms of universal human rights and so on, and it also extends to yourself. So for instance, one argument the deontologists raise against the utilitarians is, suppose somebody is very attractive, and by having sex with people, he or she can make a lot of people very happy. And suppose it turns out, as it might be, that their happiness weighs out the unpleasantness for the person. is this a good way to live a life? Well, the utilitarians might be forced to say, yeah, you just acted, so now there's more pleasure in the world. But a deontologist would say, hey, no. It's wrong, just like it's wrong to use someone else as an instrument. It's wrong to use yourself as an instrument. We're people. We're on this earth to do more than simply sort of magnify the pleasures of others. It shows a certain lack of respect to treat a person as simply a way to magnify happiness. And it also extends to yourself. So the fact that we ourselves are in this equation makes morality a lot more difficult. And I think the questioner is exactly right to focus on that.
So there's a question of whether your own happiness has any more value when you're making moral judgments than somebody else's. So if you take a trolley problem and you're on the other track, is that exactly the same as a trolley problem with somebody else there, or do you have reason to value your own life more than you would value somebody else's?
So psychologically, there's plainly a difference between how we behave if we were there, or somebody we loved was there, than if it were strangers. A harder question is, should it make a difference? And it's complicated. You might think I would say, oh no, it shouldn't. We should treat everybody equally. But there's a certain logic to treating yourself as the most important, then those you love as less, and then those further on as still less. And the logic is that even from a strictly utilitarian point of view, we're better off if we focus on ourselves first. I mean, an obvious case is if you have 100 hungry people, if each person ran around trying to feed some other random person, they'd all die. This would be a mess. So what you do is each person tries to feed themselves first and then looks for others. You have these instructions on airplanes that when the oxygen mask falls down, you're supposed to put it on yourself, then on your child. Why? Are they saying because you're more valuable than your child? No. They're saying, as a practical matter, helping yourself first makes it possible for you to help others. And there's some sort of logic to extending that more generally, meaning that it's some way justifiable to give yourself somewhat higher priority than others.
Good, okay. So next question comes from Richard Geller. And his question, I think, is referring to our introductory video. His question is, how's the greyhound?
Oh, Tessie. Tessie is alive.
Good.
The introductory, she's alive. She actually had an accident on the rug earlier today, so she's my least favorite dog at this point. But she is alive, even after the accident, and she is actually thriving. She doesn't do stairs anymore, but I'm starting to think now she'll outlive me. Not that I'm dying or anything, but she's just a healthy dog.
Glad to hear it. Okay, so the next question is from Alistair Curtis, and this is a challenge for you. So the question is about moral dilemmas. If you were sent back in time and you were put in a room with baby Hitler and left alone with him for an hour and you had a pillow, what would you do?
So would I kill Hitler if I had a time machine? What would you do?
You're just stalling.
We'll just cut this out of the tape. We're gone for hours.
If I went back in time and met Hitler, maybe I'd try to convince him using moral psychology that his plan was misguided.
It's baby Hitler.
No convincing baby Hitler?
No convincing baby Hitler.
I guess a utilitarian answer is you'd have to kill Hitler. It's sacrificing one for the good of many.
That's the utilitarian answer. And in some way, if you could know through the magic of your time machine that killing Hitler would make the world better, everything would be the same, except all of Hitler's atrocities would never happen, you should probably kill baby Hitler. But of course, the real world doesn't work that way. One of the commenters said, well, maybe, all sorts of things could have happened and the world could have been destroyed in a nuclear war or something a few years later. Maybe Russia could have taken over the rest of Europe, and there's all sorts of things that could have happened. You can't know. And this is kind of the charm of absolute deontological rules. It's a pretty good rule to say, don't kill babies. Just don't kill babies. And it's true, sometimes if you kill babies, things work out better. But since you can't know that, don't kill babies. In some way, it's like the poker equivalent. If you have a pair of aces in the game of Hold'em, and someone goes all in, you should call. Does this mean you're going to win? No. Pair of aces beats a random hand like 85% of the time. 15% of the time you'll lose. But still, it's such a good rule of thumb. It's funny, an example I often use when writing is when it comes to some moral actions being obvious, is you have a drowning kid. So this is a classic example in philosophy. The Chinese philosopher Mencius uses it. It shows up in modern philosophy. There's a kid drowning, and with no harm to yourself, you could wade in and pull out the kid. And that's such a transparently good thing to do. And if somebody doesn't do it, it's a monster. They're a monster. But I was talking to somebody about this, and she pointed out that and then she sent me a link that there's actually a story from Germany about a bunch of school children who were playing in an icy lake, and one of the kids fell through the ice, and a young priest kind of jumped in and rescued the kid. And there's some controversy about this, but the consensus now is the kid was Adolf Hitler. So and that's a case where you have your pair of aces, you go all in, and you get beaten by a 2-7 offsuit. I mean, these things happen.
Right. Of course, the difference is in our science fiction time travel story, we know that he's going to end up being Hitler, where the priest, of course, didn't know.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But even in our time travel story, and a lot of science fiction works this way, we know what he would have done if we didn't intervene, but we can't know the consequences of our action.
Right.
And so knowing that, I would still vote against killing the baby.
Okay. All right, so the next question comes from Henry Palmer, and his question is about Peter Singer. So Peter Singer is a famous utilitarian. He strongly advocates for utilitarian moral philosophy, and he's also really well known for advocating for animal rights. So this person sort of wants to pit those two things against each other and asks, so what if some eccentric millionaire offered Peter Singer $200 for each kitten he strangled? And then, if he had the $200, given the math in his article, he could then send that money to save a child's life. And so if he values the life of this child more than the life of the kitten, then that should be sort of a reasonable exchange. His utilitarian sort of principles should motivate him to kill the kitten to get the $200. So Henry's question is, he says, one wonders how high the mound of dead kittens would rise before he would modify his utilitarian stance to adopt a more Kantian viewpoint that there's something intrinsically wrong with strangling a kitten.
You can't beat a question that has the phrase, the mound of dead kittens. It's a good and it's a powerful attack on Peter Singer's views, but I think there's a couple of responses. First, of course, Singer believes there's something wrong with strangling a kitten. He's an animal rights person. He believes in, not so much phrased in terms of rights, but in terms of pain and pleasure. You shouldn't make animals suffer. You shouldn't kill animals. You shouldn't deprive them of futures. But it's true that Peter Singer, being a utilitarian, would say that sometimes a bad thing is outweighed by its good consequences. And so let's take the question at two levels. One is, let's take it dead on serious. Suppose Peter Singer got such an offer. Should he take it up? I think the answer is almost certainly no. I mean, for one thing, his time is probably worth more than that. He's a famous professor. His books are bestsellers. He does a lot of good with his work. And so this isn't really a profitable way for him to help out the starving poor. Better for him to write another book or give another talk. If he was to do this, of course, he'd be breaking U.S. law. So he would go to prison or be charged with a crime. The damage to his reputation would be irreparable, and he'd be a very poor spokesperson for animal rights and so on. So just from a purely brutal utilitarian view, he shouldn't do it. He shouldn't take up the millionaire on the offer. But putting that aside, the gist of the question is that presumably it's wrong to kill kittens, regardless of the consequences. And I actually don't believe that. I don't even think that the writer, Henry, believes that. Because, for instance, we do this for medical research. Now, we could argue back and forth. This is one of these real-world cases where there's arguments back and forth over what this medical research tells us. But imagine a case, which isn't so hard to imagine, that we're on the cusp of curing childhood leukemia. But to do so, we need to do some experiments on kittens, dead kittens. We need to do things that will kill the kittens. I don't think there are many people who would be categorically against this, who would watch their child die because they couldn't bear to kill a kitten. And so I think that what Peter Singer would say is, you're not offering me enough money. You're not offering enough good to allow for the killing of kittens. But if the killing of kittens would really save the lives of people, then I would do it. And Singer would say, and I think I would say that too.
Okay. All right, next we have an anonymous question. The question is that this person is intrigued to know why you use so many YouTube videos from London in your first week of lectures.
Yeah, I did. I read that, and I didn't notice it until they talked about it. It's kind of like, you know, there's this commercial for Reese's peanut butter cups that talks about peanut butter and chocolate, and these are really good separately, and together they're amazing. It brings together the two things I really love: London and YouTube videos. So I just really love London. I think of a lot. I spent a lot of time in London, and I spent a lot of time on YouTube. If it could contain whiskey, it'd be a perfect storm. But so that's why they end up in there.
So it's not that they're particularly moral in London or immoral, as
no,
some of the
and
videos would suggest.
And it's not that they're particularly immoral on YouTube either.
Right. Okay, so the next question is from Atul Agarwal, and apologies if I mangled your name. This question is about one's view of morality changing. And so you reference certain psychology studies where your emotion, your sexual arousal can alter the kinds of things, your kinds of moral views. And then he suggests also similarly under the influence of recreational drugs or alcohol, one's moral views might seem to shift. So what does this mean? Why does this happen? And is this something we should be considering when we're thinking about moral psychology?
So it's a very good question, and it's something which doesn't get discussed much in the moral psychology literature. But take alcohol, for instance. So Roy Baumeister, who's a psychologist who studies evil, at one point in one of his articles, he lists the causes of evil in terms of murder and aggression. And very high up on his list is booze, is alcohol. Some enormous percentage of violent crime is committed when people are drunk. And then put aside violent crime, people often commit actions that they would view later as immoral or misguided. I forget who said this, but somebody once posted on Twitter the belief that alcohol may well have created as many lives as it has ended. And so, you know, it leads to all sorts of behavior. Now that's one type of answer, which speaks in terms not so much of moral judgment, but of moral action. And the idea is that you have different appetites, maybe you want to harm somebody, but then you also have moral control holding you back. What alcohol does is it strips away from you your self-control. That's sort of common sense. It makes it harder to resist certain temptations, resist aggressive or sexual impulses. And so in that way it makes us bad, because what's holding us back is often moral. Another question, though, is can alcohol or other drugs actually affect moral judgment? I think in some sense it can, because as it affects your desires and so on, you start to prioritize things in different ways. But it's an interesting question whether it can make you see the world morally differently. And the case actually gets made, and this is actually some stuff that Sam Harris has written up on. This is very separate from his TED video that we saw, but he has a book called Waking Up on Spirituality and Meditation and Meditative Practices. He talks a lot about the effects of drugs like LSD. And there's an argument that sometimes taking these drugs moves you into sort of a transcendent state where all of a sudden you matter less. You see things from a broader standpoint. And many people insist that their experiences with LSD, with acid, or mescaline, or mushrooms, or whatever, has actually profoundly changed their moral sense. Me, I'm an alcohol guy, so I've never really had any of these sort of profound, transcendent experiences, but people do have them and they swear by them.
Interesting. I wonder if it would also potentially change your third-party moral judgments. So I don't think anyone's yet done the study, trolley problems while drunk. But is alcohol going to make you more utilitarian, more deontological?
So it's true, no one has ever done the trolley problem when drunk. Right now there's some graduate student watching this saying, wow, and running off. But that's never been done as far as I know. On the other hand, there has been a study, and I think I might mention it in passing in a lecture, where they had people watch funny clips from Saturday Night Live, actually, that made them laugh. And then they become more utilitarian, and they're more willing to push this guy to his death to save 5. My bet is that would be the effect of alcohol. My bet is that alcohol would kind of make you care less. And if you care less, if it takes away your empathetic feelings, what's kind of left is the mathematics of it.
Right. Okay. So you mentioned Sam Harris briefly. A number of questions have related to Sam Harris's TED Talk and his general position. So his view that maybe certain cultural practices are just categorically immoral,
yeah.
that some cultures are better than other cultures in a moral sense, that some represent peaks on the moral landscape and others don't. That strikes a lot of people as offensive and really gets a lot of tempers flaring. So why are we watching this video?
Yeah.
Why have we included Sam Harris in the first week?
So it's interesting because we taped the lectures and we chose those readings a few months ago. But as you know, and as many of our people watching this know, Sam Harris has been in the news a lot recently. He was on Bill Maher's show on television, on American television, where he was very, very critical of Islam and Muslims, as he was in this talk. And this has caused tremendous controversy and a lot of debate about this. I present Sam Harris because I think Sam Harris presents a really powerful, interesting, and important view. It's one I partially think is correct. But I also presented him with Jonathan Haidt as a counterpoint, where Jonathan Haidt is far more sympathetic to multiple religious traditions, far less confident, maybe less dogmatic, more into humility. So Harris and Haidt have very different views, and together they sort of are more or less on opposite sides of a spectrum. So I thought it's pedagogically very useful and intellectually very useful to have both of their views on the table. But I'll tell you, I was asking a few times where my sympathies lie, and they lie with each one of them in different ways. But where I definitely agree with Harris is his moral realism, his view that moral questions, many moral questions at least, have right answers and wrong answers. And once you talk about this, we can now disagree over who has those right answers and who has those wrong answers. But I think that's a debate that one could have, and that's worth having. So I like Harris in his definitive rejection of moral relativism.
Okay. All right, so last question is a bit of a long one from Peter Key, who you mentioned at the start. And Peter says, I've seen 2 major shifts in popular concepts of morality, that of homosexuality and that of the status of women, throughout his lifetime. And so, when he was younger, homosexuality was considered, maybe at best, a sign of mental illness, would get you beaten up and so on. And today, it's completely different, obviously. There's gay marriage and so on. The status of women was very different. People's attitudes towards violence against women was very different in what seems to have been a moral shift, right? Where, for example, he gives the example of men raping their wives. That used to be something that people thought was just not possible. And these days, that's definitely something we would not condone. And so he's curious how things that were considered immoral or moral by the majority of people come to shift and be seen in the opposite way. Inside just a few decades over the course of his life, he's saying he's seen these kinds of shifts. So what drives this kind of shift? Do you think it's maybe consensus in the population, and how does that start to happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating and humbling to see changes in moral views over time. I don't know how old Peter Key is, but when I was a boy, and look at the polling data, when I was a boy, most Americans thought interracial marriage was morally wrong. There were many states which had laws prohibiting it, but also your average person just thought it was wrong. It was morally wrong. Certainly attitudes towards gay men and women have been transformed radically. Even in the last decade, the last 20 years, I think if the issue of gay marriage when I was a kid and was a teenager would have been thought to be ludicrous. Attitudes towards women, towards equality between men and women, spousal abuse, those are just perfect examples of things which have changed radically. And the question is, how do we think of these changes? And one way of thinking about the changes is in terms of just cultural shifts. You know, back then we ate ribeye steak. Now a lot of Americans eat sushi. You know, in this society you eat that. In this society you eat this. Clothing styles have changed. Ties got wide. Ties got skinny. No ties. Whatever. And it's like that. It's just cultural shifts. I think that that's mistaken. Or at least I don't think that's entirely true. I think to some extent what we see in morality is honest moral progress. So it's not actually best thought of on analogy with clothing, but on analogy with science. So once upon a time, we thought that the sun revolved around the earth and the earth was flat. And now we know it's just wrong. We have different views that are better views, and so on for a lot of things. People thought, when I was a kid, people thought ulcers were due to nervousness and stomach acid and so on. Now we know they have a viral origin. We were wrong, and now we know something which is closer to the truth. I think that same thing happens with morality. Now, it's a very difficult and very controversial issue how moral claims could be true and how some could be false. But I think one way of looking at this is, assume we have basic premises, things we know to be right. We don't know why we know them to be right. Maybe that pleasure is better than pain, or one person's life is no better than another's. We have these basic premises. And then I think moral changes through history, even through very recent history, are ways in which we learn how to live better according to these principles. You know, that to relieve unnecessary suffering, to dissolve unnecessary inequities. So I think for the examples he gives, these are cases where we're being smarter than we were in the past. Just in the same way that science and progresses, that we get better and better at capturing the truth.
Okay, well, that's a very optimistic view. And I think it's something we're going to come back to in future weeks, talking about sort of more evidence for what's leading to moral shifts and moral progress.
We definitely are. The theme of moral progress and the debates over whether such a thing exists and how to make sense of differences in morality. So we're sort of talking as if there's a single morality that all modern people have. But your morality is going to be different if you're an atheist versus Christian versus Jewish versus Muslim. Your morality is going to be different whether you identify yourself as politically liberal or politically conservative, and so on and so forth. There's all these differences. And how do we make sense of these differences? Where do they come from? And that's going to be a topic for future discussions. So we'd like to just encourage people to keep sending in the questions, and we will see you next week. Hi, I'm Paul Bloom. I'm an instructor for Moralities of Everyday Life, and I want to welcome people to office hours. So what we're going to do in office hours is we've read the discussion boards. This is Christina Starmans, who's the teaching fellow for this course. We've read the discussion boards, we've talked about it, and we've selected some questions that we figured people want answered. And that's what this time is for. We're not going to be able to get to all of the questions, not by a long shot, but we've taken some that we thought would spark interesting conversation, and we've also made up some of our own.
Okay, well, so the first thing that people were wondering is what sort of community do we have here for this Coursera course? So how many people are there? Where are they from?
Great. I happen to have some data on this. Um, about 65,000 people signed up for the course, which is a good number, and about 25,000 people are currently taking it, watching the videos, doing the quizzes, and so on. That number's been bumped up by 10% over the first week, which suggests the course has gotten quite popular through word of mouth and other ways. Um, because of the surveys, people did, I have some information about you. 60% of you are women, 40% men. Uh, most of you come from countries outside of the United States. About 25% come from America, and then the rest of you come from India, Brazil, Canada, United Kingdom, Greece, and so on. So you're an international and diverse crowd. Uh, most of you have some sort of graduate education, like a bachelor's degree or master's degree. And finally, about half of the people taking the course are native speakers, and the other half speak and read and write English to varying degrees, but aren't native and don't claim to have native proficiency. So I'm delighted at how large and how diverse this group is. I'll tell you, there's enough people taking the course that I'm starting to bump into them. So last night I was in Grand Central Station in New York, and a guy shouted, "Professor!" And I turned around, and there was a guy who's actually one of you who's taking the course, and we shook hands. We talked a little bit. So this is tremendously exciting for me.
That's great. So the community is really big. Can a community this size sort of really be a community in this kind of online forum?
Well, it's a good question. I think the discussion boards that's the way I make contact with the community. And I started off being a little bit skeptical about discussion boards and how it was going to work. 'Cause sometimes these things devolve into flame wars and sort of weirdnesses. But I've been delighted by the discussion boards for this course. There is constructive, often somewhat heated arguments over some really exciting issues. People have gone out of their way to help other people. So if somebody has a question, people will jump in to answer it. I'm going to talk in one of my lectures about altruism and kindness towards strangers. And an example I wish I could have given when I taped a lecture was discussion boards like this, where people really are reaching out to one another. They're giving each other the favor of disagreeing with them, of giving counterexamples and counter-arguments. And it's a lot of fun. There's been discussions over some odd things, like there was a little discussion thread about the mug that was on my table when I lectured. We have 3 mugs here, just to spur further discussion. I also wanted to say, I didn't want to forget, but the web page where I read this on gives me information about the most active participants on the discussion boards, and I just thought I would just give a shout out to some of them. The most active participant is Judith Nicholson. Judith, hi. Then also I want to mention Stephen Morris, Irina Buntar, Robert Veitch, Alan Stoyan, and Alan Vincent Galusha, with apologies for people whose names I sort of mangled. I also want to point out there were two participants who were active participants and also somewhat controversial in what they said. And there was a lot of controversy of what they said, but I enjoy reading both of them. And these would be Francesco Xavier Gonzalez Garza and Jeff Mann.
Great. So one thing that's come up a lot on the discussion forums is people sort of wondering, how did you discuss, or how did you choose the readings and the videos for the course?
So we put a lot of work into choosing them, and there were several criteria. Most of all, they had to be good. They had to be smart people at the top of their game, talking about interesting, exciting issues, and saying interesting things about it. Now, interesting does not mean I agree with them. So some of the things I've put up, and some of the things I'll continue to put up, will make views and make arguments that I personally disagree with. I think are mistaken. I think that they're invalid, but they're important, and they're well worth reading, or in many cases, watching. I wanted these readings and videos to be accessible. So there's some very good work that is really only you're only able to appreciate it if you have some sort of graduate training in philosophy or neuroscience or psychology, given how diverse our audience is, and I didn't use those. And finally, I have a weakness for stuff that's entertaining. I mean, whatever you think about the TED Talks by Harris and by Haidt, these are wonderful, fun speakers. And this week coming up, I'm going to include a TED Talk by John Ronson on psychopaths. And you may not agree with everything he has to say, but it is tremendously entertaining, tremendously enjoyable.
About those TED Talks,
Yes.
the Sam Harris TED Talk generated a lot of controversy on the forums. Can you talk a little bit about his views and sort of why they might be controversial?
So Harris always inspires controversy. I think Sam Harris knows this. A couple of you on discussion boards asked me about Harris and Haidt and who I favor, and I don't want to get so much into my own views on this. I'll point out just sort of parenthetically, though they disagree very, very strongly. I'm actually personal friends with both of them. They both blurbed my book, Just Babies, and I have sympathies, intellectual sympathies, to different extents with both of them. But it's fair to say that that is Harris that generates the most heat, because Harris is very explicit. His view is that the way some religions do it, actually the way all religions do it, with the possible exception of Buddhism, and the way some cultures do it, live their lives, treat people, is just wrong. And when you say that kind of thing, it's going to generate some heat. It is nobody likes to hear that the way you do it in your country is morally wrong. You're morally mistaken in how you're living your lives. So I'm not surprised that people are bothered by Harris, perhaps offended by Harris. I don't mind it. I think it shows people are. I think people, if you have certain views, you should be offended by Harris. But he's a smart enough scholar and is gifted at clearly articulating an interesting and important view that I had to include him, and I'm very happy I did.
Okay, so one of the quiz questions asked about whether which sort of moral philosophy that we've discussed does Harris's view sort of coincide with, and people were a few people were confused about why Harris might be best seen as a consequentialist.
Yeah, so I could see where that confusion would come from. Harris is very clearly a consequentialist, a utilitarian. Actually, he argues that there's a landscape of pain and pleasure, and that you judge a society by how well it places people on that landscape, how it maximizes happiness. In some way, Sam Harris is the most purest incarnation of Jeremy Bentham. However, Harris's style of argument, his certainty, his sort of declarative and argumentative style could easily strike somebody as almost Kantian, as almost categorical, drawing sharp lines and so on. And that is how he makes his arguments. It's his rhetorical style. But he's pure consequentialist. So when Harris says, you guys, where you guys could be Christians or Muslims, so you guys are doing it wrong. What he means is, you're not violating some abstract principle. Rather, your moral rules are causing suffering. The way you're living your life causes suffering, causes pain without the accompaniment of pleasure. Does not allow people to flourish, doesn't allow people to fulfill their lives. And that's consequentialism through and through.
Okay, so Jonathan Haidt argues for quite a different view in his TED Talk. And there was some discussion on the forums about whether Haidt being so accepting of or sort of suggesting that there are so many different moral views that we might consider does anything go? Does he think that all ideas deserve the same respect?
So we'll be reading more of Haidt in the course. We'll be reading a chapter of his on politics. And Haidt is definitely more pluralist than Harris. Haidt thinks there are many ways to build a moral life. There are many different moral values to be maximized, not all of them being consequentialist. And he has more respect for them. He has respect for a society that tries to maximize values like community, purity, divinity, all things that Harris has very little patience for. So he's a pluralist. But it's not correct, I think, to say that for Haidt, everything goes. In particular, Haidt would say some moral views are just flat wrong. The views he respects are those that have a long history. And his logic, I think, is that if there's been a moral view that's been around for a long time, centuries, the view has in some way proven itself worthy of respect. It proves that you could have, if it's within a flourishing society over hundreds, maybe thousands of years, Haidt's intuition is this is doing something for them. And we should show some respect for that view. It's fundamentally a conservative argument. I think it's a good conservative argument, which is you shouldn't be so quick to reject things that have been around for a long time, because the fact that they've been around for a long time might suggest they have more utility. So another way of looking at it is that Haidt is a lot more cautious than Harris in determining the value of different moral positions.
Okay. So something that we haven't talked about in this first week of the course very much is the position of Aristotle and his views, his sort of moral philosophy. And people brought that up quite a bit in the forums and wanted to sort of hear a little bit more about that, how that plays into what we've talked about.
I like that question. I mentioned in passing in one of the lectures that I was going to talk a lot about consequentialism and utilitarianism and Kant and deontology, but not much about virtue ethics or its modern offshoots like feminist philosophy. And this came up, and I actually participated in one of the discussion threads on this issue. To some extent, this reflects my own background and interest and focus, but I also think it reflects how the field is. So if this was a course on moral philosophy, I would put a lot more emphasis on those approaches. But it's a course also on moral psychology, how we think about morality, how we morally act. And so much of the research and so much of the ideas have been focused from the perspective of these consequentialists, our deontological theories. At least, and so while my emphasis is on philosophy, which it was for the first week, I had to not spend as much time for Aristotle and other like theories. I'll add on a personal note that I myself think that this is kind of a mistake, our focus on moral dilemmas. I think that virtue ethicists have a good point when they say, we should focus instead on how to live one's life, what sort of moral character we should be. So it might be a wrong turn to put so much focus on what would you do if there was a runaway trolley and there's this and there's that and you could do this and that. Because in some way that is part of morality. But another part of morality is how to be a good mother, a good father, a good son, good daughter, a good friend, a good colleague. Not in terms of sort of this dilemma, should you do X or Y? And to some extent, I think it's because, certainly as psychologists, we love boiling things down to sort of things where you say, okay, what's the right answer, this or this? Then we test 1,000 people and we do statistics and everything like that. But what if morality isn't best appreciated that way? What if morality isn't a series of dilemmas or problems, but more sort of a way of kind of person you are and how you live your life? What it is to be a good friend can't be broken down into sort of a series of, do you do this or that? Do you do this or that? It's not that kind of thing. It's how you deal with people, how you spend your time, how you think about things. So I agree. I stand by my decision not to focus on Aristotle just because that's the way the field is. But I entirely agree with the posters who think that there should be more work in those directions.
So maybe a call to budding psychologists, moral psychologists, and moral philosophers out there. We need more work on this. I
entirely agree. I mean, that's a field that I hope to inspire at least some people to get into this business, and that would be something to focus on.
Great. All right, let's talk about the trolley problem. So some people ask, well, if I'm standing near a trolley and something's going to happen, some people are going to be killed, maybe the right thing to do is just not to do anything, because then I won't be responsible for some of the deaths, for any deaths. What do you think about that answer?
What do you think of that answer? What would you do? So what do you think the right answer is? If not the man under bridge, but there's a runaway trolley and there's a switch. And if you throw the switch, it will get diverted from the 5 and kill one person. Not asking now what the right thing to do is. What do you think you would do?
I think I would pull the switch.
I'm not sure. So I think it's a hard problem. So that's the textbook answer. But I might do nothing. I mean, suppose you pull a switch and it kills somebody. Could the parents, the friends, the government charge you with murder? You killed my brother. You killed my son. And I have to say, I did. I chose to. I pulled a switch that killed somebody. I was responsible. Now, the consequentialist says, wait a minute. If you do nothing, you're responsible for the death of those 5 people. Those 5 people could run up to you and say, you murdered my daughter, you murdered my best friend. But, and so this is why the consequentialist says, your answer is the right one, it's the obviously right one. Who could doubt it? And that's probably why most people give that answer, you should throw the switch. But psychologically, it feels different. Psychologically, if I don't do anything and the 5 people run up to me, and the families of the 5 people run up to me and everything, I didn't kill them. I didn't do anything. Now, they could say, but you chose not to throw the switch. But psychologically, there's a big difference between an act and an omission. And we're not typically held as responsible for omissions. If I live in a big city and there's a homeless person in front of my building and I do nothing to help them and then they starve to death or they freeze in the winter, did I kill them? Well, we're not apt to say, the police won't come to me and arrest me for murder. If I went down and hit him on the head with a hammer, then they'd arrest me. So we have this huge sense of an act versus an omission, and this is very different from consequential say it shouldn't matter, but it does matter. And so I understand where it's coming from, the feeling you should do nothing, because if you do nothing, you have clean hands in a certain way. While as soon as you do something, you're responsible for the death that your act would cause. I think moral philosophers like Bentham or Peter Singer, who we'll talk about in this week coming up, would say that's mistaken, but it feels right. And so I have some sort of appreciation for it.
Okay. So we talked a lot about disgust this first week. And some people have asked about sort of how we can change the things that we might be disgusted by. So we've talked about things changing over time that people used to find disgusting and now maybe less so. Is it something that we can sort of get over? Can we do without disgust?
So I'm absolutely fascinated by disgust. I've written like 3 books, popular books, and they all talk about disgust. And Just Babies has a chapter called Bodies, which is all about disgust. And I do research on it. I'm absolutely fascinated by disgust and its moral effects. And so that question is something which I've thought about a lot. And I think the answer is yes. And I think the answer is yes in an everyday sense of disgust. So take a new parent and a baby, and you have to clean up its diaper or its vomit and everything, which new parents spend most of their time doing. And at first, it's really gross, but you get used to it. You just get used to it. It doesn't bother you as much. You learn to not focus on it. I would change my kids' diapers, and after a while, it wouldn't bother me at all. So I can't figure out how to do it. I'd never change another kid's diaper. I'd rather, it's awful. But you get used to it. And I think it's the same thing for, I know we have people who posted, we have some nurses who posted talking about how you get used to it. But there's also, I think, a more interesting answer, which is, I think to some extent other emotions conquer disgust. So there's a literature on lust. So I'm not, don't worry, I'm not going to get graphic, but people who are in sexual passion will often do things and engage in things that would be disgusting if they weren't. There's also love. I think that the treatment you give to your child, to an elderly parent, to a sick friend, if you love somebody, they cease to be disgusting to you. And this is why you have these stories of these saints who do engage in acts that would seem to be disgusting to many. And I think that these are meant to illustrate that these saints are filled with infinite love, even to strangers.
Great. All right, so lastly, we have some questions about research in psychology more generally. One of the problems that people point out a lot is that a lot of experimental psychology is done with people who are, university students. They're sort of in the Western world. They're sort of more educated than average, and so on. And so, does this necessarily, tell us the kinds of things we might want to know about the world at large, or about how things like wealth and poverty might affect moral psychology, for example?
It's a serious issue. There's been a lot of criticism for psychologists for studying a very narrow population of people, typically American college undergraduates. There was a paper by Joseph Henrich and his colleagues where they do some statistics, and they point out that well over 90% of studies published in psychology journals are done in the United States and Canada, and maybe some in Europe, and well over 90% focus on those sorts of populations. Even though this sort of European American college-age participant is a small minority of humanity. But what I can say is we're getting better. So more and more we're doing studies with different cultures. There's a lot of research being done in India and Africa and China. There's a lot of research being done over the internet. Now, in one sense, studies over the internet study a very restricted population. There are people who can go online and do online surveys and so on. But in another sense, it's kind of broad because you could study people from a broad range of countries who would never enter a psychology lab, also different ages and occupations and so on. And I think this work is absolutely essential because what you want to do as a psychologist is discover a theory of what's universal across people and how people differ. And so studying a broad population is essential.
Great. And so I'll end with a question that sort of takes what we've discussed this week about moral psychology and moral philosophy and applies that to the field of psychology. So Kant argues that you should never treat people as a means to an end, but always treat them as an end in themselves. Doesn't psychology research treat people as a means?
Yeah, it's true. And I think some people are a little bit upset at this, or a lot upset at this. So there are some experiments, including experiments we're going to talk about later in the course, that we would never do nowadays. They were done 20, 30, 40 years ago. And they are unethical. They're unethical because they don't take people's dignity and consent into account, because they do cruel deceptions and so on. I think we've learned a lot from them, but I think on balance we shouldn't have done them. But even the experiments we do now, the experiments I do in my lab, the experiments we do online, the experiments we do with children and babies, we do it to collect data. We do it because we're interested in the mind, and we're using people as a means. Now, is that bad? Well, I think the best interpretation of Kant isn't that you should never use people as a means. Because if it was that, life couldn't go on. I mean, if I hail a taxi cab or get on a bus, the driver of the taxi cab, the driver of the bus, is a means to an end for me. If I go to a shop and buy some food, the other individual, or go to a restaurant and order a meal, I'm using people as instrumentally. The best interpretation of Kant, I think, is that people shouldn't be only a means. That although we might interact with them, from the standpoint of getting something from them, getting from this place to that place, getting a meal, buying a product, we should also acknowledge that they're people and treat them with respect and with appreciation for the fact that they're people. And so, as a psychologist, I try to do that as well. So when I do an experiment with an adult, I try to get the adult's consent. I don't want to do unnecessary deception. When the experiment is over, I explain to them what we did and so on. And so in that way, I think we avoid that worry. I should also say, since we're ending this on the topic of appreciation, that that people have said a lot of nice things about the course on discussion boards, and there's been a lot of gratitude, and I feel great about that. But I do want to sort of emphasize and end with this that although I'm the face of the person doing the lectures, there's a lot of people working with me. So there's you and all of your work, which I'm terrifically grateful for, and also the wonderful team at Yale who has set up the video, set up the quizzes and everything. It takes a lot of work to do to set up a Coursera course of the quality of Moralities of Everyday Life. And so I just want people, when they think about it, to appreciate all the other people who are involved in this project.
Hi, I'd like to welcome people back. What we're going to do this week is talk about what's often seen as the foundation of morality, what you could call caring, concern, fellow feeling, the idea that other people matter to us. And I'll call this here compassion. And the first two lectures will deal with the nature and scope of compassion. And then the second two lectures will deal with empathy. Now, empathy is often regarded as the source of compassion or source of all morality. And we'll evaluate that claim, looking at what empathy is, how it works, what it could do for us, and what it can't do for us. Now, as a starting point, I want you to imagine a perfect psychopath. We're going to talk about real psychopaths pretty soon. But now talk about an imaginary psychopath. This imaginary psychopath is highly intelligent, has a normal set of emotions and desires, but totally lacks compassion, totally lacks fellow feeling. Other people do not matter to him. So, although he's not a sadist, when he wants something, he'll try to get it without any regard for other people's feelings. If he wants money or sex or power, he'll just try to get it. And he doesn't care who he hurts along the way. If the cat is in front of him and he's bored and he feels like strangling the cat, he'll strangle the cat. Now, suppose you had this perfect psychopath in front of you, and you wanted to take it upon yourself to convince him to be a good person. You wanted to argue with him that he shouldn't be this kind of person. So you start off by saying, look, you know when you harm people, when you do things to people and they hate it and it hurts them? And he says, yeah. And he says, well, how would you feel if other people did that to you? And he would answer, well, I would hate that. And then you say, so do you recognize the symmetry? And he would respond and say, sure, I'm not an idiot. I'm a highly intelligent psychopath. I recognize that the two are a lot alike. I just don't care. And then you could throw some philosophy at him. So you could talk about a consequentialist like Bentham, who would argue that the right thing to do is to increase the sum of pleasure in the world. And you say to him, look, you look at your actions. You're decreasing the sum of pleasure. You're increasing the amount of pain in the world. And he could say, I don't care. I understand I'm making the world worse. I just don't care. You could talk about deontological philosophers like Immanuel Kant and tell him about the categorical imperative. And he could say, I understand the categorical imperative. Remember, I'm a smart guy. I just don't care. I don't care if I make the world worse. I don't care if my acts are not the sort of acts one would want to extend universally. The only way you can get the psychopath to act in a decent way is through threats of punishment or reward. And you know, this is one reason why we have prisons. It's one reason why we have fines, some societies, executions. Because there's some proportion of people in the world where the only way they will act decently towards other people, the only way other people's feelings and emotions will count is if they know that if they don't act that way, they themselves are going to be hurt. They're going to have their money taken away from them. They're going to be put into a cage. They're going to be killed. Now, this is just a way of introducing an idea argued by David Hume and other philosophers that in order to get morality off the ground, in order to be motivated to do good things and not bad things, you need to have some spark of feelings. You need to have, other people have to matter to you. If not, you're no better than the psychopath. And we could take this insight and turn it around and say, look, since we have morality, since most people listening to this do have a sense of right and wrong, this means that we must have had some spark of compassion, some of these feelings. We are not inherently psychopaths, and this makes morality possible. Now, the idea that people have fundamentally kind thoughts towards others, that we regard others with some degree of caring and compassion, is an old one. And it was articulated, I think, most clearly by Adam Smith in his writings in the 1700s. Now, some of you may know Adam Smith as the founder of modern economics. He wrote this classic book, an inquiry into the wealth of nations, into the nature and causes of wealth of nations, in which he argued, he defended in part a somewhat free market. He defended the idea that self-interested agents working just for their own benefit can, in some societies, have things work that things end up for the benefit of everybody. Goodness emerges as through the invisible hand, as an emergent property of self-interest and greed. But it's easy to misread this as saying that Adam Smith himself thought people were greedy and self-serving. And nothing could be further from the truth. So Wealth of Nations was Adam Smith's second book. His first book, which he said was his finest book, was a theory of moral sentiments. And this is a brilliant discussion of our natural inclinations towards sympathy, towards kindness, sometimes towards punishment and justice and vengeance. And he begins this book with a few sentences, I think, eloquently capture a lot about human nature. So he writes, "However selfish soever man may be supposed, there are evidently some principles in his nature which interest him in the fortune of others and render their happiness necessary to him. That we often derive sorrow from the sorrow of others is a matter of fact too obvious to require any instances to prove it." So Smith says he doesn't need any examples, and I'm not going to provide any examples. I'll ask you to provide your own. So imagine the person you love most in the world. Could be your child, your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, your best friend. There must be somebody. And imagine that person in sorrow. Imagine that person suffering. How does that make you feel? Now, if your answer is, meh, I'm fine, then you're a psychopath. Then you're one of the very small proportion of people who may well lack fellow feeling. But most of us would say, wow, I don't want that to happen. I don't want somebody I care for to suffer. I want that suffering to go away. And so this seems to be sort of a fundamental aspect of ourselves. Now, one can reasonably ask, and it's, I think, an extremely interesting scientific question, where does this come from? Why do we care about others? What happens to us or has happened to us that causes us to care about others? And one common enough view is that we're not born that way. We're born entirely cold-blooded. This is satirized in one of my favorite Onion headlines that reads, "New study reveals most children unrepentant sociopaths." And the idea that this headline captures, however satirically, is that we start off as cold-blooded monsters. And caring and compassion and the like, they emerge later. They come later. And this is an idea which has had some famous champions, including Thomas Hobbes and Sigmund Freud. But it's not an idea that I believe is right. I think that there is by now enough of a body of evidence from studies and observations of babies and young children to suggest that some degree of compassion shows up very early. So one finding, for instance, is babies crying. So how do you make a baby cry? Well, there's a lot of ways to do this. But one way to do it, which is pretty powerful, is expose the baby to the cries of other babies. The baby will hear the sound of other babies and then start to cry him or herself. Now, some very cynical psychologists have said, well, that doesn't show anything. Maybe babies are so stupid that they hear the sounds of other babies crying. They think they themselves are crying. This panics them, so they cry some more. But then even more clever psychologists did another study where they exposed babies to the sound of crying babies, and these were tape recordings either of their own cries or of other babies' cries, and they find that babies get upset more at the sound of their own cries than at the cries of others, suggesting it really is some sort of outer-directed feeling. And this is supported in different ways. We know that babies, when they see someone else suffering, as soon as they're able to, might pat and soothe the other person to try to make them feel better. And we know that toddlers will start to share and help those around them, particularly those that they are familiar with and those that they care about, such as their siblings and maybe their friends. It's hard to disagree then with Adam Smith's claim that some compassion, some fellow feeling is part of our nature. Now, there are a lot of open questions. You might ask, how would this develop over the lifespan? You might ask, okay, part of it maybe is hardwired. How could this evolve? Is it shared by other animals like chimpanzees and monkeys? You might wonder about the extent to which it varies across cultures. Are some people in some societies more compassionate than others? You might wonder, to what extent is this compassion pure? Or to what extent it's sort of regulated by self-interest, by selfish priorities? And those are all great questions. And in fact, those are the sort of questions we're going to be dealing with throughout the rest of the course. But I want to turn now in the next lecture to the limits of compassion. So we've talked so far about our feelings towards those around us. What about our feelings towards strangers? I agree with Adam Smith that we have compassion towards those we are close to. I think he's right that you don't need any examples to show that. But when it comes to strangers, the issue is quite a bit more complicated. And actually, the theme of how we think about strangers and the way our moral psychology interacts with strangers is, to me, so interesting and so important that we're going to return to it over and over and over again in the lectures that follow. But I want to introduce the idea here. And I want to sort of, for us to consider how we think about strangers. And to introduce this idea, I'm going to give a lecture in 4 parts. So the first part is an observation. And it's an observation by the primatologist and anthropologist Sarah Hrdy. And Hrdy, at the beginning of her wonderful book, Mothers and Others, describes being on an airplane. So she had been through security, she had been groped by the TSA agents, she's kind of crabby, she's sitting in a seat, and the food is coming, you could smell the food, you could hear people in front of you getting it, but it hasn't got to her yet. And somewhere on the plane, a baby starts crying. And people roll their eyes and they're stuck together. And to pass the time, Hrdy writes, I cannot help from wondering what would happen if my fellow human passengers suddenly morphed into another species of ape. What if I were traveling with a plane load of chimpanzees? Any one of us would be lucky to disembark with all 10 fingers and toes still attached, with the baby still breathing and unmaimed. Bloody earlobes and other appendages would litter the aisles. Compressing so many highly impulsive strangers into such a tight space would be a recipe for mayhem. Yet, millions of us, billions of us, fly each year. And it's very rare that the plane lands and then they open up the doors and it's coated with blood and body parts and everything. We behave. We sit quietly. We wait our turn. And this is extraordinary. This is an unusual response to strangers. As Hrdy points out, chimpanzees and other primates, our closest evolutionary relatives, are nowhere near as nice. The response to seeing strangers, if you're a non-human primate, is often panic, it's often aggression. But not for us. We are able to cope with strangers. We are able to inhibit our violence, our aggression, our frustration in the presence of strangers. And that's the first observation. The second part of this lecture discusses how it's even better than that. It's not just that we don't want to kill other people who we're not used to. Rather, it's that to some extent, we resonate to them and we want to help them. And I think that the clearest examples here are the internet. So any of us who spend a lot of time on the internet, and in fact, you're watching me suggest you spend some time on the internet, spends a lot of time dealing with strangers, spends a lot of time dealing with people who aren't your friends, aren't your family. You never met them before. Yet, we often have these productive, complicated interactions with strangers that aren't obviously self-serving. Now, admittedly, some of these interactions are not necessarily compassionate. Sometimes they're aggressive. Many people spend a lot of time on the internet arguing with strangers. This classic XKCD comic indicates the fact that it's extremely frustrating to deal with somebody on the internet who is wrong. And there's a tremendous impulse to correct them. And the comment section on blogs reflects this very human impulse. I wouldn't want to call that compassion. But there's a lot which seems very clearly to be compassion. And one example of this is sites with reviews. I'm thinking of Amazon and TripAdvisor, Travelocity, Yelp. These are sites that describe things like books or products or restaurants. And then people come in and they review them. And they tell you what they think of them. So I was looking for a bookshelf the other day, and I went online and I found this. And it's a ladder shelf, and I'm going to buy it because over 1,000 people have commented on it, and most of them say nice things about it. And now some of these people may be motivated by gratitude in some way. When there's a negative review, you could say it's revenge or vengeance. But for the most part, people are going on to say, oh, I really like this shelf. And what they're telling you is they're doing something for you. They're doing you a favor. But they don't know you. And this is altruism towards strangers. And it's an extraordinarily interesting fact about human nature. Now, there's other examples in the real world. When giving lists of irrational, not self-serving behavior, people often describe tipping. So it's one thing to tip in a restaurant you're going to come back to, because the size of your tip could affect your own, how people think of you, how people respond to you. But people leave tips in a restaurant that they're never going to go back to. They put money on the table. And even though they'll get no benefit from it. Or as an even more extreme case, think about hotel rooms. Now this varies from culture to culture, but there's a custom, which I was raised in, that you're supposed to leave a tip when you leave a hotel room. So you pack up and everything, and you put some money down. You maybe write a note saying thank you. The interesting thing about this is this cannot conceivably help you in any way. It's not like the people who clean the room are going to say, oh, what a wonderful guy, I'll go back and do him a favor one day. They don't even know who you are. Yet, we are compelled to do this. We might feel embarrassed if we forgot. We may feel ashamed of ourselves. We may feel proud of ourselves if we do it. And this goes to show that our morality is plugged in an interesting way towards our interactions with people who we don't know, we will never meet again. There's charity. People give an enormous amount of money to charity. Now, some of these charities are self-serving in a way. If I give money to support a museum that I myself are going to enjoy. Sometimes the impulse to give to charity may be an impulse to enhance our reputation, to show ourselves off as good people. Oh, look at, I'm donating this amount of money, I get my name listed in some program, and people say, what a great guy he is. But some of our charitable acts are none of these. People give money to international charities to help starving children, and we often do this anonymously. No feedback, nothing. We do it because we feel it's right. We are compelled. We do this because we feel it's right and because we care about other people. Again, people we will never see. This was the topic of a wonderful experiment by Stanley Milgram. Now, we're going to meet Milgram later on in the course because Milgram did some very famous experiments looking at human cruelty. He did a famous set of experiments finding that based simply on the instructions you're given, your average person will kill another person. But Milgram was also interested in human kindness. So he did this great study, and he did this study in New Haven, Connecticut, which is the city I'm now in, and the city I teach, and the city that Milgram was a professor at back then. And what he did was, he had letters made up. They were stamped, addressed letters. And so he made them up, and they'd say, with a person's name, I forget the name, you know, Joe Smith, and an address. And he went through the streets of New Haven, or had his students do it, and would drop them. Or he'd put them up on a windowsill, or he'd slip them under a door. None of them ended up, he didn't put any of them in a mailbox. So here's the question. How many of them would be sent? They knew where they were sending, they're going to check the mailbox where it's supposed to be sent to. How many would be sent? In order for them to be sent, somebody has to pick up the letter, say, oh, here's a letter, go to a mailbox and drop it in. The answer was well over half. Well over half of these letters arrived at their destination. And this means that people must have picked up the letter and said, oh gosh, this is a letter, somehow it went astray, and put it in a mailbox. Again, an act which leads to no self-serving benefit, but is simply done, in some sense, out of the goodness of your heart. Now, if you're cynical, you might say, well, maybe there's employees of the city, or maybe people just automatically did it. But Milgram did something clever. Some of the letters were addressed to a person. Some of the letters were addressed to an organization that he felt that people wouldn't like. So some of the letters were addressed to friends of the Nazi Party. When they had that addressed, they didn't arrive at the destination. So it's not that people were indiscriminately looking at it and throwing it in a mailbox, rather people were making a decision. And if it was for something which they didn't think was good, they wouldn't send it. There was even another study done by Dan Fessler in California where he looked at different things, but one of his conditions was he did the same study as Milgram, except he didn't put a stamp on the letter, just addressed it. Now, most of those letters did not get back, but about 10 to 20% did, which means people picked up a letter, said, oh, here's a letter for somebody, it has no stamp. They went, they got a stamp, they put on it, and they mailed it. And I think this is just extraordinary, and I think this says something very interesting about how we work. So call those two stories the bright side of things. That's the positive side of our feelings to strangers. But there's also, as you could imagine, limitations about our compassion to strangers. There's limits as to how much we care about them compared to how much we care about the people around us. And the third case I'll give of this is actually part of a comedy routine by Louis C.K. This is unusual because it's only Louis C.K. excerpt in which he doesn't swear. But he says something very interesting about our relationship to strangers.
My life is really evil. There are people who are starving in the world, and I drive an Infinity. That's really evil. There are people who just starve to death. That's all they ever did. There's people who are like born and they go, oh, I'm hungry, and then they just die. And that's all they ever got to do. And meanwhile, I'm in my car, boom, 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 like having a great time, and I sleep like a baby. It's totally my fault, because I could trade my Infinity for like a really good car, like a nice Ford Focus with no miles on it, and I'd get back like $20,000. And I could save hundreds of people from dying of starvation with that money. And every day I don't do it. Every day I make them die with my car.
Now, Louis C.K. ends by saying, every day I make them die with my car. And of course, it's a joke, because he doesn't literally make them die. He doesn't literally kill them. He has no malice towards them. He's not acting to kill them. But at another level, it's not a joke. At another level, it actually reiterates a consequentialist argument that we've seen before, that one should judge actions based on their consequences. And from that point of view, if it's true that by buying a car, instead of sending the money to a charitable organization, if it's true that this leads to the death of some kids, then Louis C.K. has killed them just as much as if he ran them over with his car. Now, this is a radical claim, it's a strong claim. It's in part the view of the philosopher Peter Singer, who is a consequentialist and who argues that we should judge our acts based on their consequences, and because of that, we should radically change how we treat people and our charitable giving. And he has a moving philosophical argument of which the conclusion is we should do more to help people in faraway lands. And I have a feeling that Louis C.K. in his routine has actually drew upon the insights of Peter Singer. I'm going to present the argument right now. What's interesting is this argument, although it's been presented in philosophical journals and elsewhere, it's now presented as a YouTube video. So this is the fourth and final case of how we think about strangers, and it's expressed in this extremely interesting video. That's a political argument, it's a social argument, and you may not believe it. You may object to it, you may disagree with it, you may endorse it, think it's very convincing. That's not the point here. My point is not to persuade you to do one thing or another. Those are your own decisions. But what I like about this video is that it illustrates certain things, certain psychological truths. And one truth it illustrates is that there's a psychological distinction between three categories of people. One category is the stranger in front of us, the girl we see. We don't know it, but the girl we see drowning in the pond. The second category is the anonymous stranger, the one we don't see, the girl in Africa drowning in the pond. And then the third is the family member, our own daughter, our own mother, father, sister, brother, son. And these are three categories of people. And we think very differently about them. And one insight is when it our natural reaction to them is that we could care a lot about those in our life, people we love, people we interact with. And we are also driven to care a lot about a stranger, a drowning girl in front of us, as if seeing her triggers something. It triggers a sense of obligation. If I told you that Singer never tries to make the argument we should help the girl in the pond, he just assumes it. And he's right to assume it. If I told you I was rushing to work and there was a girl drowning, I was kind of in a hurry, so I let her drown, you'd think I was a monster, and you'd be right. So you have, on the one hand, your feeling towards family members, your feelings towards people suffering in front of you, and then your feelings towards anonymous strangers, and that's very different. We don't have the same pull. If I told you I knew about children in faraway lands who were starving to death, who needed medical care, and I'm still bought a nice car, well, you might think I shouldn't be doing this, but you wouldn't think I'm a monster. In fact, most of us do stuff like that all the time. So you have these psychological distinctions. And this helps explain our moral reaction to a case we talked about in the very first lecture. So remember I told you the story, true story, of these two guys who go into a casino, and one of them molests and kills a child. And the second one doesn't do anything. He observes it, but he doesn't stop it. And later on, he's interviewed on this, because they don't press charges. It's not a crime to just not help a stranger. If I walk past that drowning girl in the pond, I might have done something morally wrong, but I haven't done anything legally wrong. And then he's asked, so what was up with that? And he says, the simple fact remains, I don't know this little girl. I don't know people in Panama or Africa who are killed every day, so I can't feel remorse for them. And, you know, he's missing something. So he's actually right in his second claim. The people in faraway lands, if you're not in Panama, if you're not in Africa, you're not typically going to care about people who suffer there. It's okay not to do anything to help them. But that girl in front of you, the person in your vicinity, that person you should care about. Now, Peter Singer uses these psychological facts to make a moral argument. So he starts by saying you would help the little girl who's in front of you, and people watching would say, yeah, of course. Well, isn't that just the same as if she was drowning in Africa? And then later on he says, oh, well, maybe you think the girl in Africa is just a drop in the bucket. But what if she were your daughter? Isn't that the same? She's somebody's daughter. And so what you see here is an appreciation of our gut instincts. Singer is well aware that you don't normally think of the girl in Africa as worth saving, as worth sacrificing for. But he tries to argue through analogy that there's no real difference between her case and the cases where you do think you'd be right to intervene. And among other things, this shows us the limits and the scope of compassion. But it also illustrates moral argument. It illustrates how people could try to use reason, could try to use arguments, analogies, examples to change the way you think about the world. And I think this is deeply significant, and it's another topic which we're going to continue to discuss as these lectures develop. So why would people matter to us? Where does compassion come from? You could imagine different possibilities. You can imagine people have compassion of a sort just out of selfishness. It might be that your pleasure matters to me because in some way we're in a sort of relationship where you being happy leads to me being happy. Maybe we're sort of business partners working together or something, or we're in some sort of mutual benefit system where your benefit is my benefit and your suffering is my suffering. I'll leave it for a question for later whether this even counts as compassion, but it's one source of nice behavior towards others. We might care about other people because of our religious code. You could imagine we care about other people because we believe that God wishes us to. We might care about other people because we are committed to some philosophical theory of morality of the sort we discussed earlier, like consequentialism or Kantian theory, in which other people's happiness and feelings and goals matter to us. But many people have argued that a lot of what goes on in compassion comes from our gut, comes from our heart. It's not for self-serving benefit, nor is it because of our belief system, but rather it's because we're wired up to care about other people. And a specific proposal as to what could drive compassion, and some people argue drive morality more generally, is that empathy plays an important role. So let me define empathy. Empathy is based on a German word. The term is a new term. It was coined in the early 1900s. And it means to feel one's way into. And when you think about empathy, you could think of it as being in someone else's shoes, putting yourself out in someone else's shoes. Now, the idea that empathy plays a big role in our morality and our compassion is something, again, you find in Adam Smith. So Adam Smith argues that a sort of foundation for caring about other people is imagining yourself in their shoes. And he gives an example of how this can be done. He says, when we see a stroke aimed and just ready to fall upon the leg or arm of another person, we naturally shrink and draw back our own leg or arm. And when it does fall, we feel it in some measure and are hurt by it as well as the sufferer. Now, once you start looking for examples of how empathetic connection affects you, you can see them all over the place. Here's one of my favorite examples. It's a picture from a wonderful book called Emotional Contagion. And you can see the guy is tensing up in anticipated feeling of the pain of the needle of the child he's holding. And, you know, I saw the movie Casino Royale, a James Bond movie, a little while ago. And there's a scene where our character, James Bond, is shackled naked to a chair and then whapped in the testicles. And me, and I think just about every other male in the theater is going, oh, in vicarious pain. But it's not just pain. It's also pleasure. I'll show you one of my favorite YouTube videos. I'll show you a brief clip of it. And this video, I think, is watched so much because it just gives people pleasure.
Blong.
So what's going on with that? Why would anybody enjoy watching another person laugh? Well, because somehow the happiness of the kid jumps from him to us. And so it's hard to watch a video like that without sort of being cheered up a bit, because we're naturally primed to take on the perspective and feeling of others. And in fact, when people develop theories of empathy, theories drawing upon psychology and neuroscience, they often see it as related to a more general propensity to imitate other people, to be the people we are interacting with. Here's an example of imitation. A soccer player has just missed a big kick, and he puts his hand on both sides of his head. But now look at the people around him. We imitate each other all the time. There are studies showing that when you have two people talking to each other, they'll unconsciously start to imitate the behavior of the other. My wife, when she's with her Texas relatives, she starts to drawl. And in fact, whenever you're talking to somebody with an accent, there's this irresistible temptation to start speaking that accent too. It's part of how we respond to other people. And it shows up, like a lot of what I'm talking about, even in babies. So the developmental psychologist Andrew Meltzoff, many years ago, found that babies are natural mimics. Here's a clip of him making different facial expressions and a baby making those expressions back at him. And you watch a mother or father with a baby, what you'll see is this sort of dance, as it were, where one of them will make an expression, the other one will do it back, and so on. Some people have argued that there's a specific neural system that underlies this imitation, underlies this empathy, known as mirror neurons. And mirror neurons were first discovered with non-human primates. And what they are is they're activated when you do an action, like reach for something, but they're also activated when you observe another individual do the same action. And this suggests that, that at some neural level, there's no distinction between us and them. There's no distinction between you and another person. As we experience, imitate the motor movements of another person, you could feel a connection to them. And this imitation could itself drive empathy. So one demonstration of this involves facial expressions. And here the excellent work's been done by the psychologist Paul Ekman. So Paul Ekman points out there are certain universal facial expressions. Humans all around the world have them, and I've shown some of them here. You go around the list there: anger, fear, disgust, sadness, happiness, and surprise. These are universal. But what's interesting is two things. One thing is you'll naturally mimic someone's facial expression. So if you're sitting across from me and I'm frowning, you'll start to frown. Also, when you imitate the expression, due to the facial feedback that ensues, you'll start to feel the same feelings that I'm feeling. So if I'm really happy and I'm grinning like an idiot, you'll start to grin like an idiot. And if you grin like an idiot, it'll make you happy. Some of the most annoying advice you could tell a depressed person is, you should smile more. This is incredibly annoying, but it's true. It's true for two reasons. One is, if you smile, people will smile back at you and they'll like you more. But the second one is, and there's laboratory studies on this, the very act of going like this, of moving the corners of your lips upwards, triggers the feelings typically associated with smiling. That is happiness. And so smiling in some small way boosts your mood. It might be parenthetically that, that this mirroring of others and our propensity to do so and the pleasure we get from doing so could explain some mysteries of human psychology. And these are mysteries that go quite a bit beyond the questions of morality we're interested in, but I can't resist talking about it here. So I'm going to show you a little clip. I'll show you 1 minute of this clip. And it's from a series of videos called Where the Hell is Matt?, where this sort of nondescript guy dances to music with different people across the world. So I'll show you this clip. It'll last like a minute, 5 seconds. And as you're watching it, monitor your own, first thing, monitor what you're doing. And second, monitor your own feelings. We were all dancing here, me, the camera guys, everybody. That's one thing. One thing is, upon seeing this, you'll be tempted to move with it. This is most extreme in children. My sons and I, when they were younger, we'd watch a lot of kung fu movies together. And they can't watch a kung fu movie without leaping up and kicking people and things and so on. It's just irresistible. But second, not only are you tempted to move with it, but often there's some sort of warm feeling associated with it, some human connection. And this illustrates how other people's movements and your propensity to imitate these movements lead to sort of connections of feelings and connections of positive feelings. And this could be viewed as a manifestation of empathy. So let's step back. You have concern for others. Other people matter to you. And then you have empathy, which is putting yourself in other people's shoes. And you could do empathy through an act of the imagination. You could think, I wonder what it's like to be her, and think about that. I wonder what his experience is like. But you could also do it viscerally, by seeing another person act in some way. The theory worth taking seriously then is that empathy is a spark for compassion. And it's not hard to see how this could work. Let's assume, because it's true and it's kind of obvious, that I don't like feeling pain. And so if I feel pain, I want to stop that. But let's also assume that if I see you in pain, I'll feel your pain, empathy, and I'll want to stop that. Because by stopping you from feeling your pain, I'll stop me from feeling my pain. Suppose I see you happy, and that makes me happy. I'll want more of that because I like being happy. You could say that empathy dissolves the boundaries between yourself and another person. And so this predicts that when you're in an empathetic state with somebody, when you're taking their perspective, you will adopt their interests. You will care about them. You will feel compassion and concern. And there's a fair amount of evidence that this is true. A lot of work comes from the psychologist Dan Batson. And Batson has done dozens of studies, perhaps hundreds of studies by now, where he gets people in a situation where they have to choose whether to help somebody or whether to care about somebody. And he finds that if he can get them to feel empathy, to see it how they feel, to see it how the other person sees it, to feel it as the other person feels it, the odds of them being kind and caring go up. So for instance, you could tell a story about a girl who is in line for a life-saving operation, and there's other people ahead of her. And then if you just ask the person, ask your experimental subject, try to take this girl's perspective. Try to see it as she's seeing it. That raises the odds you're willing to take that girl and move her up to the front of the line, that you're willing to rescue her. Because the shared feelings motivate compassion. They motivate caring. In general, this effect, the fact that empathetic connections with individuals boost up your feelings towards them, is the spark of what's sometimes called the identifiable victim effect. The identifiable victim effect is the idea that we care a lot more when there's a person in front of us than some numbers. And this is something which has been observed by many people. Joseph Stalin apocryphally said, "A single death is a tragedy. A million deaths is a statistic." Mother Teresa said, "If I look at the mass, I will never act. If I look at the one, I will." And there's actually experimental work done demonstrating this. So there's a series of wonderful studies done by Deborah Small and Paul Slovic and George Lowenstein, where you give people the facts, you give people data about a crisis involving numbers and hard facts, and you see how much they care and how much they'll donate. And in this example, where they throw a lot of statistics at people, your average person hearing it will give about $1. But then another group, you tell about an individual with a name and with a face. And this bumps it up considerably. There are some studies that find that you will care more and give more to save one person with a name and a face than 5 people, but you're not told their names and you're not shown their faces. And this, I think, shows the power of empathy. Now, nothing that I'm saying would be a surprise to those who spend their lives trying to get people to give to charities. So if you look at the ads for charities, they don't say, okay, here's our charity, here's the statistics, here's the data, here's the graphs, and so on. They'll show you a picture. They'll tell you about an individual. I know this from personal experience. When I was in graduate school, I was extremely persuaded by Peter Singer's argument, which I talked about in a previous lecture, that we need to give much more to charity, that we are doing something wrong by not by spending money on luxuries instead of giving the money to save people's lives. I was very persuaded by this, and still am, kinda. And I would tell this to my friends. I tell this to my fellow graduate students. And we'd be out for a beer, and we'd be drinking a beer, and I'd say, that beer could save a child's life, and you are murdering a child, me too, by drinking these beers. And at one point, one of my friends who was a graduate student, a philosopher actually, got really sick of me. And he said, "How much do you give to charity?" I'm sort of like, well, dude, it's a philosophical argument here. But I thought about it, well, nothing, actually. And I was a poor graduate student, but I was much richer than the people I was concerned about. So I decided I should give money to charity. So I sent away, this is pre-internet, so I sent away a postcard to an organization, Child Reach, and asked for information. And I remember getting the packet, and I remember opening up the packet. And I remember expecting to see a lot of information about what their charity does and how they work and where the money goes and so on. But they were much smarter than that. I opened up the packet, and there in it was a picture, wrapped up in plastic, of a small child. And the letter said, "Dear Mr. Bloom, we know you have not committed to giving us any money. We know you're just asking for information, and that's fair enough. But we have enclosed a picture." And then they told me and they told me the child's name. And they said, "We know you're not committed to giving us money, but if you do give us money, this is the life you will save." And that is psychologically so much more powerful than data and then facts. And actually, my family is still sending money to that child and his family many, many years later. Now, you could argue further that the kindness, the boost we get from empathy can motivate kind behavior, not just to individuals, but to the groups that those individuals belong to. And this is a claim defended by the philosopher Martha Nussbaum. So Nussbaum writes, talking about Greek tragedies, "Although all of the future citizens who saw ancient tragedies were male, they were asked to have empathy for the suffering of many whose lot could never be theirs, such as Trojans and Persians and Africans, such as wives and daughters and mothers." And her argument is that one of the things fiction can do, fiction, also journalism and stories, movies, TV shows, is they can get you to have empathy, put you in the shoes of those who you wouldn't otherwise be with. And by doing so, you might care not just about that individual, that fictitious individual, but rather the group that the individual belongs to. My own bet is that feelings in America towards homosexuals were radically affected by situation comedies like Will and Grace, which showed gay people in a positive way, made you root for them, made you care for them, put yourself in their shoes. Attitudes in America towards African Americans, I think, were transformed by shows like The Cosby Show, which again put people in the shoes of these African Americans who were perfectly fine and fun and enjoyable, and people you could sympathize with, and then the sympathy expanded to the group as a whole. Now, this is largely speculation, but we do know historically that there are cases where fiction has caused interesting and important moral changes. And one example has to do with Harriet Beecher Stowe. The story goes that Abraham Lincoln invited her to the White House at the beginning of the Civil War and said to her, "So you're the little lady who's caused this great big war." And he was talking about Uncle Tom's Cabin. And Uncle Tom's Cabin is not a book of great philosophy or legal reasoning or theology or morality. It's fictional, but what it does is it got the readers, who were predominantly white people, some of whom were slave owners, to put themselves in the shoes of slaves and see what their experience was. And by doing so, served as a catalyst for moral change. So I've argued that empathy could be a force for morality, both at the individual level, but also maybe at the group level too. In further support for this, I think we could look now at precisely what's wrong with people who don't care about other people, people who lack compassion. And this brings us back to psychopaths. So psychopaths, also known as sociopaths, you could use whatever term, they're not sensitive. They're typically male. To be a psychopath is defined by all sorts of characteristics. A clinical psychologist named Hare developed a psychopathy test. If you're curious about yourself, you could take it online. Psychopaths tend to be selfish, they're callous, they're impulsive, they're promiscuous. And they have a deficit in normal feelings. They have a deficit in love, in loyalty, in guilt, in shame, and in anxiety. They tend to be cold-blooded characters. Psychopathy comes in all sorts of flavors. In some extreme cases, you have these cold-blooded psychopaths who are also very violent people, and these people cause so much of the misery in the world. I'll give you a few quotes to give you a feeling for psychopathy. By the way, when you think about psychopaths, you may well think of Hannibal Lecter, who's a classic Silence of the Lambs psychopath. But I tend to think of James Bond, to show you that they're not all necessarily bad guys. Some of the psychopaths might be on our side. But James Bond also fits many of the characteristics. The Daniel Craig James Bond, not the Roger Moore James Bond. So how do psychopaths talk? How do they think? Well, you have these extreme examples. One of them, which was reported by Damon in his book on morality, is of a 13-year-old who would mug blind people. And he'd mug blind people because he figured they couldn't identify him later. And he was then asked later on, don't you care about the people whose lives you destroy, the people you assault? What about this woman you just attacked? And his response, I think, perfectly captures what a person is like without compassion. He said, what do I care? I'm not her. And in some way that's a good argument. You're not her. Why should you care? Well, because humans normally are wired up to care, but it's hard to figure a logical argument why you should. Ted Bundy, who was a serial killer, was once in an interview while in prison, expressed surprise at the fuss that was made about all of his murders. He said at one point, there are so many people. He was kind of puzzled why people were so concerned. And one of the creepier examples, and this is from John Ronson's excellent book, The Psychopath Test, is a guy named Peter Woodcock. And this guy, he had raped and murdered 3 children and ended up in a psychiatric facility for the rest of his life. But he did get a 3-hour leave to walk around the grounds after some years of good behavior. In the course of this, he invited a friend of his who was also on this leave to join him for a walk, and then killed his friend with a hatchet. So he was interviewed later about this event, and here's how he described it. So the interviewer asks, what was going through your mind at that time? This was somebody you loved. And the psychopath answers, curiosity actually, and an anger because he had rebuffed all my advances. And why did you feel someone should die as a result of your curiosity? I just wanted to know what it would feel like to kill somebody. And the interviewer asks, but you had already killed 3 people. And Woodcock replies, yes, but that was years and years and years and years ago. So what's wrong with psychopaths? Well, one answer is that among their many deficits, they don't have normal empathetic feelings towards others. They don't feel other people's pain. They don't feel other people's pleasure. And because of that, the suffering that they cause doesn't come back at them. It doesn't resonate. Some people have argued that along with all of their deficits, including empathetic deficits, there's something very specific that's wrong with them. And this comes from the work of the psychologist Abigail Marsh. So Marsh did a series of studies where she took psychopaths who were in her lab, and she showed them a series of faces. And the idea is you have to identify the face, what emotional expression corresponds to that face. So they would look at the face on the upper left and say, boy, that woman looks angry. And they look at the face of the guy in the middle bottom and say, that's one happy guy. But there was one sort of face that they had a lot of problems recognizing. That is, they would look at that face and they wouldn't have the fuckiest idea what the person was feeling. Though for a normal person, it was obvious. So the face I'm talking about is in the top middle. It's fear. And Marsh argues that psychopaths have a specific deficit empathizing with the fear of other people. She tells a story of a study, an interview with actually a female psychopath who identified all of the faces easily, except had no idea what fear was. And then finally it came to her. And she said, I don't know what that expression is called, but I know it's what people look like right before I stab them. And I'll end with that. We began by talking about compassion, about other people mattering to us. And what we did in the last lecture is we looked at empathy, putting yourself in another person's shoes. And we explored the extent to which empathy could drive compassion and can drive morality more generally. And I actually think any complete theory of our moral lives has to draw upon empathy, has to draw upon this, putting yourself in another's shoes. But I also think it's a lot more complicated than that. I think that there are limits to empathy. There are limits to empathy which make it unreliable and untenable as a source for morality. To put it differently, to the extent we're good people and we live good and moral lives, sometimes we will rely on empathy, but sometimes we'll reject empathy. So why do we want to do that? Well, one thing is empathy is biased. We feel a lot more affection, a lot more empathy for a kitten than for a piglet. We feel a lot more empathy for a panda than for a chicken. This is not because of a deep reasoned moral argument about suffering and pain and intelligence and feelings. It's because some things are adorable. Some things trigger our emotions. But part of what it is to be a moral person is sometimes overriding the fact that we feel warmly towards this but not that, and ask ourselves deeper questions having to do with suffering and pain. Maybe you're not convinced. Maybe you think we should rescue the kitten no matter what. But what about people? So I don't think there are many people who will defend this, which is that in the courtroom, juries are particularly biased in favor of defendants who are physically attractive and who are baby-faced. Because our emotional response to attractiveness and baby-facedness, the looks of youth, is innocence and sweetness and compassion. But surely somebody who's ugly and kind of grizzled deserves just as fair treatment. So it seems like an unfair world in which a young Leonardo DiCaprio would be acquitted of any crime because of how his face resonates to us. More generally, I think part of what goes on when we make a correct moral decision involves overriding our empathetic feelings. And in some cases, it's pretty clear that empathy could drive us not just to the incorrect choice, but actually to a straight-out immoral act. In part because it could pull our attention towards the one and away from the many. So remember the study I told you about before, saying that we would care more about one person than about 5 people, particularly one person if we could see that person. But that's crazy. That's morally crazy. We shouldn't be swayed. Everyone has a face. Everybody has a name. Providing a name and a face sways us, but that's not the way it should work. If you think for a minute that the way to be a good person is to try to help the most people, then empathy will often lead you astray. And actually, one of the studies by Dan Batson illustrates this. So remember, we talked about his study where there's a girl and she's waiting in line for an operation. And if you take her perspective, you'll move her up the line. But as Batson points out, nobody thinks it's the right thing to move her up the line. Nobody thinks, say, for a list of people waiting in line for a heart transplant, you should walk and look at all of them, and whoever inspires your feelings the most, you should give them the heart transplant first. That's not right. It's not right because what inspires your feelings has to do with things like attractiveness and baby facedness, and whether the person's the same color as you, whether the person's the same background as you. What you want to do to have a moral system is you have a system that doesn't take certain things into account, that is based on reason and not gut feelings. Now, these are examples where empathy is biased and empathy could lead you astray. But there's also another argument, which is that for a lot of what's core to our morality, empathy is not enough. Empathy is limited. And I'll give you a few examples of this. One example is sort of, is kind of particular, but I think it's telling. It is something pointed out by William James. So James talks about our relationships with our dogs. Many people have dogs as pets. They feel very affectionate towards them. They love them, and they care about them. But James points out, this is not a relationship that's founded on empathy. If my dog, I don't know whether my dog ever tries to take my perspective. Here's me and my dog. I don't know if she ever tries to take my perspective, but I don't think she does. And if she does, I don't think she would have any understanding what I do all day, which is mostly sit in front of a computer and go like this. And I don't really take her perspective very much either, because her life is a mystery to me. She seems to spend all of her voluntary time sniffing at disgusting things and trying to eat disgusting things, and it's just strange. And yet, I care a lot for her, and I like to think she cares a lot for me. And James's point is that you would have personal relationships founded on love and compassion without empathy. Consider again, as maybe a more salient example, one's relationship with one's baby. Soon, empathy emerges and there's a synchrony and so on. But from the get-go, there's none of that. But still, there could be an enormous amount of love. A lot of the sort of personal ideals that matter to us most don't have as much to do with empathy as one might first think. Now, empathy is particularly weak when it comes to our finest moral ideals, when it comes to more general policy, and particularly when it comes to our treatment of strangers. And some of the weaknesses of empathy are nicely summarized by Steven Pinker in his wonderful book, Better Angels of Our Nature, which we'll talk about later on in the class. So Pinker writes, I can't say that it's empathy that prevents me from taking out contracts on my critics, getting into fistfights over parking spaces, or threatening my wife when she points out I've done something silly. My mind doesn't stop and ponder what it would be like to be the victims of these kind of violence and then recoil after feeling the victim's pain. Rather, my mind never goes in those directions in the first place. Pinker goes on to say that, the Old Testament says you should love thy neighbor. The New Testament says you should love thy enemy. But frankly, he doesn't love either one of them. He loves the people he loves, but most of the world, his neighbors, his enemies and so on, he doesn't love them at all. And I don't love most of my neighbors and my enemies either. But we are moral towards them. We don't kill them. In some situations, we will help them. We will sacrifice to help them. And this shows that feelings have their limits, that sometimes our morality is grounded not in gut feelings, but in moral principles. And the importance of moral principles, the importance of moral reason, and the limits of gut feelings are actually nicely illustrated in a story told by Adam Smith. And I'm going to present his story. I'm going to modify it slightly for a more modern age. Imagine you learn about the death of thousands of strangers. Imagine you learn it. I mean, Smith wrote in the 1700s, but imagine you yourself learn it. You open up your computer, you put on your computer browser, and out come some news stories. And one of the news stories is, in a country that you don't belong to, India, Argentina, United States, Australia, someplace you don't know about, someplace that is not where you are, Thousands of people died. They died of a salmonella epidemic. They died of an earthquake. They died of a factory fire. How would you respond? Well, this actually isn't so strange to you, because if you open up your browser every day, thousands of people often die. So how do you respond? Well, I bet you say, oh, well, that's too bad. That's unfortunate. And you go about your business. And Adam Smith says that when exposed to the death of thousands of strangers, we will remark our disapproval or say, oh, what a terrible world. And then we'll go on our life. And that night we will sleep with the most profound serenity. Now, imagine something different. Imagine instead you were to learn that tomorrow you're going to lose your little finger. So this is Smith's example, that tomorrow they're going to chop off your little finger. You would say, wow. You would say, that's terrible. That's how am I going to have anesthesia? Which finger? How are they going to, why? What? And that night you would not sleep a wink. So plainly, from a gut feeling, from an emotional response, the loss of your little finger matters more than the death of thousands of strangers. So this raises a question then, and the question Smith says, since it matters so much more, this loss of a finger, than the death of thousands of strangers, would it follow that someone would sacrifice thousands of lives to save his little finger? And Smith writes, human nature startles with horror at the thought. So his answer is no. Nobody would do that. Look, I'll even change the example. If you're extremely fond of your little finger, maybe you would do that. I'll change the example. You discover that thousands of people are going to die. You say, oh, how sad, have died, how sad. But also you notice your computer is slow. Your browser is slow. It's very frustrating. It's slow, it's unreliable, maybe your connection is fading in and out. It does not seem implausible, in fact it seems true, that slow connection is going to bother you a lot more than learning about the death of thousands of people. But still, if you were offered then to speed up your connection, but thousands of people would die, you would say, that's insane. So here's the question then, and this is a question asked by Adam Smith. When our passive feelings are almost always so sordid and so selfish, how comes it that our active principles should often be so generous and so noble? And Smith continues, it is reason, principle, conscience. This calls to us with a voice capable of astonishing the most presumptuous of our passions, that we are but one of the multitude, in no respect better than any other in it. And this last phrase sums up morality. What a sophisticated morality is goes beyond gut feelings and selfish urges and desires to help people, but it also includes an understanding that we are but one of the multitude, in no respect better than any other in it. And what you see in moral systems all around the world, from religion, from philosophy, is an appreciation that a moral code doesn't care about you as special. A moral code says, you're not special. It says that we have to figure out how to live our lives such in a way that would somehow apply to everybody. So this shows up in all of the versions of the Golden Rule, in all of Confucian's statements about impartiality. It shows up in the consequentialism that we talked about, where the right way to live is to try to increase the overall amount of pleasure and decrease the overall amount of pain. It shows up in Kant's categorical imperative, where you should have a principle that applies to everybody that would make the world better all around. It applies to theories like John Rawls's veil of ignorance, or Adam Smith's own impartial spectator. Now, it might sound like this is some sort of technical idea that only gurus and great intellects could think about, but in some sense, this is a common sense that's accessible to all of us. We can all appreciate that the right thing to do is often not by appealing to our gut and appealing to our immediate feelings and prejudices, but also to take the bigger view. And my favorite summary of this is from Rick Blaine, the character played by Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca. And so the movie ends, sort of spoiler alert, because I'm going to show you a clip. The movie ends with him talking about a sacrifice he must make, he and his lover must make, and why they must make it.
We'll always have Paris. We didn't have, we lost it until you came to Casablanca. We got it back last night.
When I said I would never leave you.
And you never will. But I've got a job to do too. Where I'm going, you can't follow. What I've got to do, you can't be any part of. Ilsa, I'm no good at being noble, but it doesn't take much to see that the problems of three little people don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world.
That is an astonishingly rich philosophical statement. And the fact that we could understand it, that the problems of three little people don't amount to a hill of beans compared to everything else that's going on, shows that we're moral creatures. And making this sort of argument and extending this sort of argument back and forth to each other is an example of how reason could play a role in our moral lives. So I started off in the last week talking about the power of gut feelings, the power of emotions in morality, providing demonstration after demonstration after demonstration of how emotion shapes our moral reasoning and our moral action. I think all of that's true. But now we're starting to encounter the power of reason. The power of reason that says that, yeah, I know I favor this over that. I know I'm empathetic towards this rather than that. I know my selfish desires go for this rather than that. But I recognize that it's wrong. I recognize that there are higher moral principles at work. There are higher moral principles at stake. I may be happier if I saved my little finger and 1,000 people would die, but I know that that's wrong. I know that that's wrong because I know the people, the 1,000 other people are sons and fathers and mothers and daughters just as much as I am and the people I love are. And an appreciation of both the power of the emotions and the power of reason and rationality leads us to, I think, a more sophisticated understanding of what goes on in our moral lives. And I think now focusing on the interplay of emotion and reason makes moral psychology a lot more interesting.